everybody. I guess we got a full chamber today. I guess we should have budget every meeting, and we'll have a full chamber to watch us. So good to see everybody here today. I call the meeting to order with the land acknowledgement. The City of Belleville acknowledges we are meeting today on traditional territory of many nations. We recognize the honor, the historic relationship of Indigenous peoples to this land and acknowledge our shared obligation to respect, honor, and sustain these lands and natural resources contained within. We recognize First Nations, Métis, and Inuit who call Belleville their home and support the need for cultivating a strong relationship with them. We look forward to fostering a path towards reconciliation and show respect for the Indigenous peoples who first lived and currently live on the land where we now all reside. So items dispensed, and we will go right to deputations. Trevor, disclosure of pecuniary interest, general nature thereof. Seeing none. Welcome, Trevor, CEO of Belleville Public Library, with make a presentation to council with respect to 2025 budget.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Worship and members of council. Mike, there we go. All right, so I usually kind of burn through my presentation. This year, the board wanted me to take a little more time and just talk about what the library does and why we're there. So we'll talk about the importance of the library and the gallery, just a few services and statistics that I will kind of go over. We'll talk a little bit about Parrot Gallery, and then just a quick overview of the grant request. So what makes libraries and galleries important? I think the city is to be commended. We have this amazing facility. It's a large, equipped facility, and it really serves as a anchor point and a hub to downtown and to culture. And what we're really finding in the past couple of years is people are struggling. It's very difficult to afford the cost of living. So we offer free services. You can come in there, you can use all our resources, you can go to programs, and you don't have to pay a dime if you live in Belleville or Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. So children need that exposure to books, to art, and a lot of children don't get that at home. Books are expensive. If you had to pay for every book that you read, you would go broke very quickly. So we help bridge that gap with people who don't have the access to those resources, to that culture. The other very important part is technology and Wi-Fi. We saw that with the pandemic. When people couldn't come in and use the computers and use the internet, it was a real hardship. We did keep our Wi-Fi on through those closures, and people would use them in the parking lot. Internet now is so key and so important to people's lives. You really can't participate in society without them. So that's our other main pillar of service is technology, internet access, 3D printing, all those things that would be extremely expensive to pay for yourself. And just reading for pleasure, reading for education is so important. And then we have many, many programs, author visits, educational workshops. We have online courses. We have Mango Languages, which is an online language learning system that's, of course, free. And it's all available through our virtual branch on our website. So just a quick feature, one of our many services is called the Visiting Library Service. We made over 481 trips last year, so we have volunteer drivers, and they bring items to nursing homes and people who are homebound because of illness or disability, and that's another key service. Children's, youth, again, incredibly important, especially for kids who don't have those supports at home. We did 296 programs for children in 2024 with over 9,000 people, and that was a 2.1% increase. And we do see massive number of children's books, 121,600 items for children checked out in 2024. So just a few more stats. Our total circulation was a record, 422,000. That's an increase of 3%. And that went up even more in 2024 to 429,000. So that's a huge number for us. That's a record circulation, and it's worth noting that that's both digital and physical, but physical still does dominate. It's about 70% physical, so books, DVDs. DVDs are actually extremely popular. Again, people can't afford Netflix. And I always say if we had cassette tapes and 8-tracks, they probably still would go out. So they're still a strong service for us. We also take part in the interlibrary loan service, and that's through the entire province. So you can borrow library books from any library in the province. The Parrot Art Gallery, I sort of talked about that culture in downtown, the sort of heart of arts and culture for Belleville. We had 131 programs, a total of 3,937 people. We also generated a 13% increase in revenue from our shop and from the exhibition sales, so $7,300 in sales commission. Just to help support our bottom line, but it also supports local artists. And again, we have kids coming through, class visits, and they get exposed to all that art, and it's a very special place. So a quick, actually I'm moving through this pretty quickly, so the municipal grant overview. So we are asking for $121,000 of an increase, and the board approved that budget. It includes a $296,000 in revenue generated from non-municipal sources. We do get a grant from the province, as we've noted here a few times. That grant doesn't change, it's always the same amount, so it is appreciated, but it does go less and less as inflation increases. Our total budget for borrowing collections is $237,000. So in our strategic plan, the board identified that we should be increasing our borrowing collection funding as much as we can over the next few years because it is so strong and it is very much utilized by our community. And that's it. Is there any questions?
That was quick. Questions? Councillor Brown.
Trevor, thank you for your presentation. It's always interesting to see how the community is able to use the library resources that are available to you. I have two questions, a little bit more specific to your budget itself. Under the column that's called Friends Bookstore, you had a budget in 2024 of $17,500, but your actuals only came in just slightly under 10, and so and then for 25 it goes back up to the budget number of 17,500. I'm just curious what accounted for the shortfall, and how in 25 we're going to make that up. That's my first question.
Okay, and through your worship to Councillor Brown, I think there is going to be $5,000 sort of missing from that number. So the actuals are early December, and then we got a check from them soon after. So we do get one check in January that applies to 2024 revenue. So the total number is closer to 16,000. It's much healthier than it looks now. So we felt like 17 was still a viable target, and we actually got two checks from them in January. So one for the end of 2024 and one for 2025. So they're still quite profitable. And just to shout out to them, it's all volunteer driven, and the bookstore there is a little plug. The bookstore is an amazing little shop, and yeah, their revenue is better than this number. Some of these numbers will change after all the year-end stuff. So,
Terrific, thank you. And my second question is related to your electronic resources. So this is my lack of knowledge, but what is overdrive?
Sure, and through your worship to Councillor Brown, it's not really it's a lack because it's a company name rather than the product. So the product is called Libby now, and it's an ebook audiobook platform. So we might want to change that name. The overall company is Overdrive, and they used to be called Overdrive, but now they're called Libby. So most of the public don't really know what Overdrive is. It's Libby. And they have magazines and ebooks and audiobooks. And again, it's all free, and it's pretty amazing. The magazines are, I think, 1,400 different magazines that you can view digitally. So it's a digital platform for ebooks is the main thing.
And
Yeah.
and as one with technology, I see that you've got a pretty significant increase on that particular platform this year.
Yes.
Is that related to just normal increases through the technology platform?
Through your worship, it's a little bit more than that this time. So when we did you'll see a line there and it says cost per circ. So that's the amount we're spending divided by the number of checkouts, the number of times that people have used it. And when we did that, looking at that, I think we started looking at that in 2022, or 2023 rather. We realized that Overdrive Libby is one of our cheapest digital resources in terms of our costs. So they're only 30 cents a checkout, and then you look, the next one down, Hoopla, which is popular, but it's not as used, is $3 a checkout. So when we saw that and we see how popular Libby is, they have these big waiting lists. We actually are part of a consortium with other libraries, and it's just used so much. So we did put more money in there. Okay. I think next year you'll see that line kind of stabilize, but it's more of a movement of other digital funds into that because it's just so popular.
Wonderful, thank you,
Yep.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Thompson?
No, it's okay.
Oh.
I'll ask him during budget.
Okay, perfect. Councillor Willett? Councillor Kelly?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Thanks again, Trevor, for your presentation this morning. And I've had a chance to work lots in the past year with the library, and always successful events and impressive numbers. Last month at Roma in Toronto, I think it was the Ontario Library Association was there at the exhibits, and it was a chance for municipal leaders across the province to have a conversation with them. And I did speak to folks at the booth, and I said, what is the challenge for public libraries in Ontario? And I took my notes. They said lack of awareness for the range of services and activities that we offer to people. Is that a fair statement? And would you agree that that's also a challenge here in Belleville?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I think that's a fair point. We don't have a massive advertising budget, and it's not usually something that we do as libraries, as kind of self-promote, because people tend to just come and use it, and everybody kind of almost takes it for granted. So I think that's a fair point. I know in addition to the Ontario Library Association, there's a group called Federation of Ontario Public Libraries, and they were at that conference as well. And one of the things they do, and we pay a membership fee for that, is they do advocacy work. So they advocate and lobby the government, and they do tend to try and put out some, promotions. But it's not really enough. I think that's absolutely fair to say. I mean, for example, if I could, Tyendinaga Mohawk Territory has access to our resources, but have we done enough to kind of spread that word? We've never done an advertising campaign in that community. So I think that's a fair point that we could do a lot more to
All right, thank you.
people.
One more, Chair. With the way Belleville has changed in the last several years, and it's noticeable, do we offer enough services to individuals in our cities with different languages, access to books that come in different languages? Do we have a big supply of that?
Through your
Thank you.
worship. Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, we do. We have a Ukrainian collection, a Korean collection, some books in Chinese, and then of course French, which is kind of a separate, isn't really considered multilingual in library land, but it's very small. It's not a ton. Some of our digital resources will be in those languages. But it's certainly a very small portion of our collection, and a lot of our collection is driven by customer demand. So, for example, the Ukrainian collection was a Ukrainian community saying, hey, you know, why don't you have any Ukrainian books? And we brought in some books. So it's difficult to get. The Ukrainian books are very expensive. It's not just a different language, it's a different alphabet. And they actually, a lot of them are coming from Ukraine, and as you can imagine with the war, that's difficult. So I think, again, you're identifying something that we could do more, but those are the languages we have, and we could certainly add other languages from some of the Asian countries and stuff that we're not we don't have. So we'll see how that plays out and whether we get any demand for those, but there's some. It's not very much relative to the rest of the collection.
Okay, anybody else? Councillor Enright Miller?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Trevor, for the wonderful presentation. It always amazes me, the traffic that goes through the library and how busy and the services you offer. I just had one small question. In your budget, you have a new line item for the summer work grant. Not a lot of money, but it all helps for summer students, I suspect. Is that a new initiative that's been, I see you didn't have it last year, it's new this year? Is it something you can just elaborate on and let us know? Thank you.
Sure. Through your worship to Councillor Enright Miller, it's something that we've done and then not done. So we have about, I think it might have even been pre-pandemic, we have had that grant before. And then since then, we've been denied the grant. It's really up and down. There isn't a lot of grant funding for this kind of thing. And then last year, the staff, we had volunteers, and the staff were like, you know, this isn't really something we need that much. But then this year, the staff were saying, actually, it would be nice to have that grant and to have a formal summer student, an actual paid employee in the summer. So it's called the Canada Summer Jobs Grant, and we don't know yet whether we've got it, but it does kind of point to the fact that federal funding is very scant. We sort of note the provincial funding is a bit lacking, but the federal funding is basically non-existent. So that's kind of a shame, but there is one small grant that would come from the feds, and they have, I think, one other program that we might be able to apply to, but it's, as you say, it's very small dollars, but every little bit helps. But so it's kind of a restoration of a previous program.
Councillor Thompson?
Sorry, Your Worship. On the books, Trevor, I noticed for 2024 it was 95,000. Budget was 92, but this year you're dropping it down. Going back to the time that I used to sit on the library board, and books were utmost importance that we keep a supply. So are you concerned about dropping the book budget down from spending 95 to 90?
Through your worship to Councillor Thompson, it's kind of a balancing game between that and the digital. So the digital are very expensive relative to the physical. So it's a slight decrease of 2,000 over the budgeted amount last year. But then that money has been invested into the digital realm. I think there's a case to be said of lifting both up. We could probably put a little more into the physical, but that money went to the digital, and it is that Livy product that we were talking about where the demand is so high. So there's wait lists with, you know, hundreds and hundreds of people on them, and it's almost, you can almost not ever spend enough. We could put so much money into there because there's such a high demand. So it's moving a little bit of the money into digital is where that's coming from.
Yeah, from being on the library board, I'd certainly, I'm not technology inclined, so I go more for the books. So I would caution of not doing that every year, of dropping the
Fair,
physical
yeah.
books, but that's just in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Seeing none, thank you, Trevor. I need a motion that this will be referred and received to operating issue number D11. Moved by Councillor Brown, Councillor Chatton, all in favor? Carried, thank you.
Thank you.
Next deputation is Police Service Board Chair Heather Smith. Chief Police Mary Rod, on behalf of the Belleville Police Service Board, will make a presentation to council with respect to the 25 police budget. Heather.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks very much. I'm just going to add that following me, one of our Police Service Board members, Jim O'Brien, is going to say a few words also,
Perfect.
if that's okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. So good morning, Mayor Ellis, councillors, city staff, my colleagues on the Police Service Board, and members of the audience. Thank you for having us here this morning to present our 2025 capital budget. As city councillors, you know the impact you have on people's lives day in and day out. You're close to the ground. Your decisions have immediate impact on people in your neighborhoods and throughout your community. Like yourselves, our servicemen and women get to know people living and working in the community, serving them and answering them in their time of need. Our men and women can and do have an impact on almost every individual they encounter through their efforts to keep us all safe. Your police service has a group of 5 individuals from our community who reside in and are part of our community who comprise the Belleville Police Service Board and who are legislatively responsible for adequate and effective policing in Belleville. We follow legislation in carrying out our responsibilities and serving our community. We're developing a new strategic plan and consulting with the community about their vision for policing and the priorities which will inform our services' strategic direction into 2028. I believe that as councillors, you've all had an invitation to participate in our roundtables next week, and I hope to see as many of you at those as possible. And we also have a public survey which will be available shortly, and we hope you will participate in answering that to have your say in our policing here in Belleville. So policing is an expensive endeavor. When there's no one else to call, people call the police. As recently as a few weeks ago, someone called 911 to get a taxi number. We answer that call. We answer all the calls. And we're there 24/7, 365 days a year. The police find themselves bearing the brunt of every failing system, navigating through the aftermath and consequences of systemic breakdown. We don't get to pick or choose what we respond to. We step into the whole thing day in and day out. And there are multiple difficult layers going on at once. Police responding to a mental health call, a drug overdose, a break-in at a business, a call regarding a domestic incident. Say a woman making charges against an abusive partner. It's not one call, one interview. There are multiple interviews, investigations that reach out to other communities or other women where the abuser previously lived. Multiple court appearances, and then enforcing outcomes and supporting the victim. There's potential for almost everything we do to go on for weeks, months, and in some cases years. That is unlike for example, our valued colleagues in EMS or the fire service. We're all in this together, but our mandate adds complexity to every call. I just wanted to paint a picture about how complex policing is, and I'll just repeat that we don't look away. We deal every day with the results of many failing systems. Our board is assuming risk with this budget. We, along with senior management, are going to mitigate and manage that risk. But at the end of 2025, for example, there will be no reserve to contribute to the 10-year capital reserve fund, something that is a city initiative and we support wholeheartedly as it helps create stability, identifying future needs and giving us the ability to deal with them. I believe you're all aware that the Belleville Police Service supports the running of our courthouse and the transportation of prisoners from Napanee to the courthouse, as well as escorts to other facilities throughout the region, such as Waypoint and the Lindsay Jail as examples. For that, we have a prisoner transport van. To replace that van in today's dollars, we're looking at probably about $600,000 or $700,000. Belleville's 10-year capital plan scan identified that as a risk for our service if the ban were to fail. So I'll just note again, with this budget at the end of 2025, we have $0 in the capital reserve fund. I would also like to respectfully say that we are one of very few police services with over $1 million in our budget for debt servicing on our building. If we reduced our budget by this amount, our budget increase over 2024 would be 6.45%. About 88% of our budget is allocated to salaries, benefits, and pension, which are impacted by what is negotiated by other services across the province and what is charged by insurers. This leaves only about 12% of our budget to support our frontline officers with essential equipment, vehicles, technology, and other necessities for the job. There are significant forces impacting policing throughout the province. We're all feeling headwinds over budgets, provincial regulations and mandates, and the impact of implementing the new Community Safety and Policing Act, recruiting and retention challenges, and the growth of our communities, and ever-increasing calls for service, many of which are related to homelessness, mental health, and addiction issues. As I said earlier, when there is no one else to call, police receive the call and answer it. I want to thank you for your time and consideration, and now I'm pleased to turn the microphone over to my colleague on the Finance Committee, a member of the Police Service Board, Jim O'Brien, who has a few additional comments to make before Chief Rod presents our budget to you and responds to your questions. Thank you
Chair
so
Heather.
much. Thanks.
Welcome, Jim.
Thank you, Heather. Your Worship, members of Council, I just wanted to take a few minutes. Firstly, thank you for the privilege of serving as your citizen or civilian representative on the board for the past 2 years and your recent reappointment of myself to that board. I regard it as a privilege. As you know, there are 2 more Belleville representatives on the board, both at the council table, His Worship Mayor Ellis and Councillor Enright Miller, who is also our vice chair. The other 2 members are provincial appointees. Council is made up of 9, all appointed by Belleville. The service board is made up of 5, 3 appointed by Belleville, 2 appointed by the province. And it underscores that the province still has a very strong hand in our activities. We are not standalone. The 2 provincial appointees are Janet Harnden and our chair, Heather Smith, who just spoke before me. When first appointed to the board 2 years ago, there was a lot of many hours of meetings and orientation to the rules and responsibilities. Since then, less than a year ago, last spring, the new Community Safety and Policing Act was finally proclaimed after about 5 years on the books. And it has imposed significantly more hours of training for our board members, for our senior staff, and for frontline officers. The new act more clearly underscores the responsibility of the board for effective policing in our municipality. The 5 members of our board are in charge. It's our responsibility. We're not just overseeing. We're responsible. When you use the phrase, the buck stops here, that's with us, the 5 members of the board. I've distributed a few of the key sections from the new Community Policing and Services Act, and if you were to take a moment to skim through that, you will see that it is quite comprehensive. The substantive and ongoing training for our members is necessary and important. We have to acknowledge that it is also time-consuming for them, and it takes them away from those frontline duties that we're expecting them to perform. The new act also requires a more fulsome approach when officers first arrive on a scene to make sure that they get as much information as possible and don't make assumptions and judgments. And that, again, takes more time on each call for service. One thing that, just a minor thing that kind of bugs me in the 2 years that I've been on the board, we've got a great police facility or court facility in the city of Belleville. We can look across the river and say, hey, that's a great facility. Servicing our community. It serves more than our community, i.e. Belleville. It serves a much broader area. In terms of criminal resources, criminal trials at that facility, Belleville is responsible for about 50%. We're serving the rest of the community. Under the Act, and before the Act was proclaimed, but it's now clear under the Act, we're responsible for the security as you go into the courthouse. 2 or 3 officers there. We're responsible for security at the courtrooms when matters are in session. That's our responsibility. We bear the burden of most of the prisoner transportation that occurs to and from. That security is there even if there aren't any criminal trials taking place. If there are civil matters proceeding, we're responsible for security at that courthouse. Our board has been catching up over the last few years. When we first came on, I served on the negotiation committee. We have a 3-year contract with staff. This is the 3rd year. It comes up at the end of this year. We will be starting into negotiations. The first year was my first year on the board. There was no contract. It had been held over for the new board to undertake. So as a result, the first year and a half on the board was that new contract, and it only got settled less than a year ago. And it had retroactive effect to 23 and 24 that we were in the middle of. One of our key undertakings in the next several months will be, as Heather mentioned, the strategic plan. It's a requirement of the new act. We do it anyways, but the new act sets out in greater detail exactly what is required. And you can see that in the key summary sections. We are not using a consultant to develop this plan. We are doing it in-house. We're saving the money on a consultant. I'm sure that at this council table you have referred various matters from time to time to a consultant. And you know the process, you know the cost. We're doing it internally. Hopefully, in addition to saving some money, it will better inform each of us when we are more actively engaged in the process of developing that strategic plan, meeting with you, meeting with members of the community. It will be important going forward to have that detailed, comprehensive direction for our community as expressed by the members of our community. We look forward to your input and the input of your constituents. Thank you, and I'll turn the mic over to our relatively new chief, Murray Rott. Thank you.
Good morning, Chief. Welcome.
Good morning, Your Worship, members of council, colleagues, and citizens of our community. This is the first time I have the privilege to come before council to ask for the operating budget for the current fiscal year, and I'm reminded that next year is the 190th anniversary of our excellent police service. And I wonder what that conversation looked like 189 years ago when the chief asked for a gun and a pair of handcuffs. And
Do you have your gun with you today? No, hopefully not.
No. But here we are today, more complex times, the math is harder. Our budget basically for operational purposes is focused on sustainability, the themes of sustainability, the people that comprise the civilian, sworn, and special constable ranks of our service, our capabilities in compliance with all legislation. We bog down on the Police Services Act, but we have compliance and accountability under just about every federal and provincial piece of legislation. There's a positive mandate or responsibility on the police. Technology, of course, is the gift that keeps on giving with annual licensing, et cetera, having to be current, having to be quicker, the redundancy and obsolescence that's built into the whole world of technology we have to keep pace with. And of course, equipment. We have very unique justice needs in terms of equipment. We have things and do things that no other public services do. And the total cost of doing what we require to do next year is 10.95% increase over last year. This slide is the slide that I've showed you once before during the capital ask, and it is in reference to the exercise the city is undergoing with respect to asset capital management. It is the best practice. It is the way to predict and plan your future investment and sustainability in all matters. And we agree with your data and information there with respect to our future needs. And as you can see, 2025, that is the number that we agree we require. As we go forward, we are a very people-intensive activity, and we serve people. And we serve your population in excess of the 56,000 on the sign, the daytime traffic and visitors and guests and all that goes with being a regional hub. So the staffing portion of the operational budget is 88%. That is typical in the policing space in every province in the country. The hiring that we're looking at for civilians are 2 additional full-time and 1 part-time member to be hired in 2025. As you know, as the work expands with the front end, the back end is supported by civilian input. For instance, the body cameras, for every minute of footage, there could be hours of redaction at the back end. So it is a gift that keeps on giving. Salary increases, as has been already explained to you by our board member, Jim O'Brien. This year was an improved 2.75%, but there was retroactive components to that, plus, like any other organization, grids, seniority milestones, and we have overtime obligations as well. And the benefit increases because everyone has recognized the importance of investing in officer wellness to be able to field an effective team to meet the community's needs. There's a front-end investment in proactive mental health and wellness, and so the investment there is being proactively engaged with by our members, and as a result, across the province, we are no different. We realized a 41% increase in the amount of money that we have to pay just to keep our people covered with those benefits. And at the same time, we had used any surpluses that accrued from our benefit bank over the last 2 years to mitigate the budget impact and the annual ask, and so that's another cost driver. So in terms of investing in capabilities and compliance, if you think of a police officer as a human being with a special set of skills, knowledge, and experiences and equipments, on top of that, a bunch of accountabilities and oversight. That's what we are presenting to a community. We have core functions mandated by the Police Services Act. We have to have subject matter expertise at hand to meet the community's needs if and when a certain scenario occurs. When you have a critical mass of events or occurrences that calls up a requirement, we have to satisfy that requirement to provide adequate and effective policing. So we are responding as those things emerge or change or the accountabilities increase. We have to develop those expertise and competencies. Annual requalification and certification is a cost driver. When I joined policing, we used to track policing in terms of hours of training. Now we do it by person years, and the person years grow every few years. So that is a driver. With people retiring, coming and going, we have an ongoing requirement to replace those competencies, and we just can't mint up a police officer overnight. So either we have to hire somebody with the skills, knowledge, and experience, or we have to literally take a person off the street and develop them. That process to have somebody who can actually perform duties independently and proficiently is beyond a year. In most cases, 18 months. They're getting better, but require closer supervision. And so it's not a on-the-shelf commodity that we offer. The whole issue of risk mitigation with civil litigation and oversight and accountability, we have to make sure that we are basically making sure our officers aren't going to be headlines, or we're not going to have bad outcomes that will make the headlines or impact someone's lives negatively, be they a victim or an accused person. And the operational effectiveness, of course, when you call, you expect the response, you want the right outcome, you want us to be there ready to do whatever it is required. And so operational effectiveness is what we're investing in with this budget. You can see the training budget is $346,000 in projected for 2025. That's an increase of $137,400. I can tell you that was the number that should have been budgeted for the last few years. Conscious decisions were made, risks were taken, and it's time now to level set and continue to invest in the young and developing team we have and replace competencies where we need them throughout the organization. And the new legislation has mandated new recertifications and new training. Next slide. So investment in technology. 911, as you know, is a municipal responsibility. We have to answer the 911 calls. We have to do it in better ways and formats. So now you can email, you can downstream, you can, like, literally at some point, we have to be sensitive to the hearing impaired, etc. So we have to comply with that. Fortunately, this has not cost the municipality a dollar yet, because we've had great support from the province through grants. Computer-aided dispatch is for everyone's, again, accountability to the public, but officer safety is the paramount reason we look at it as an investment, and it's absolutely essential. Radio communication, the radio is our lifeline. It has to be interoperable with fire and other emergency workers, and it has to be constantly updated and serviced. Annual licensing and the next generation of anything we own is an ongoing commitment and burden. I know you experience that in all spaces of the city. And life cycle management, again, asset management, life cycle management is part of our rotation. Body armor, for instance, is on a life cycle basis, 7 years. A certain percentage of our service gets a new vest every 7 years. By way of example, guns don't last forever. We have to replace those. Fleet, et cetera, best practice around life cycle management. We employ the best business practices in those areas. And of course, we're back to video camera technology. With the asset of having closed circuit TV downtown, various places strategically throughout the city, we have to update that, and it has to be serviced. And again, there's the whole download redaction piece. Body-worn cameras, car-mounted cameras, et cetera, again, has a front-end investment, annual servicing, and a back-end handling, management, security, and redaction piece. So this screen shows the operating costs, budget increase, $400 difference in our building repair, maintenance, utilities, insurance. That comes with some risk, but that's we've accepted that as something we're going to sort of level and just roll over at $400 difference. Vehicle costs, as you would know, the cost of vehicles have gone up, the cost of fuel has gone up, everything, insurance for vehicles has gone up, maintenance and repair has gone up, and this is the recognition of all of that And the ask of $92,900 more is all about those issues. Equipment costs, when I arrived, the previous acting chief and administration and board were putting in an order for new ammunition for this year. It had gone up something like 40% at that point in time. By the time we needed to get new carbines for our members for training purposes and backfill purposes, they had gone up something in the magnitude of 40 or more percent. So it is a costly world we're living in. And the total costs of year over year are represented in that figure at the bottom. We are doing what we're required to do by law under every piece of legislation, and we're meeting the needs of the community. We are just under 30,000, and the phone doesn't stop ringing. And some of the instances, as the chair has already alluded to, some of the instances we're dealing with this morning, we'll still be dealing with this time next year, and sometime for 3-4 more years. So that is the budget presentation for operating needs in the upcoming year, and we thank you for your time and attention, and happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. Thank you. I got 2 or 3 questions. In the staffing issues, it's a considerable price or percentage increase. Is that, and you said something about, so that includes 2 full-time and 1 part-time new staff?
Civilian.
And the contract, excuse me, is their current contract coming up for renewal, or when is that contract?
It ends at the end of this fiscal year, so the board has undertaken with the association to get busy and look forward so we can anticipate what the actual labor needs will be for the upcoming year and hopefully years.
And also the psychological budget. And the former chiefs, I always ask this question because I realize what the police officers go through. I noticed you haven't increased that. Do you feel that's a safe budget to leave at $45,000?
Looping back to the 41% increase in the benefit line, that is an investment that there's great uptake. People are actually taking advantage of those proactive wellness credits. People on LTD have the access to whatever they need, or WSIB through the other insurance programs. We still have EAP programs to meet the needs as they occur. We have a great staff, multidisciplinary civilian special sworn wellness committee, very proactively and engaged on a monthly, quarterly basis. We have a peer support program in place that is second to none, extremely well-trained and well-delivered services, peer-to-peer. And literally the board has made it a mandate that we are all hands on deck looking after one another so we can be fit for duty to meet the needs of the community.
Yeah, and I always feel that that's probably one of the more important parts. All of it's important, but I feel that's very important because, you know, what you police officers go through every year is astonishing. And the number of situations you get yourselves into, which is not your fault, but you have to report to them. So if you feel 45,000 is appropriate, I would just caution every year to look at that number and make sure our officers are being looked after, because it must be horrendous with the incidents that are out there today. So, and my last question is the traffic department. Do you still have a traffic department? Because the city has taken over one aspect, I won't name it. So do you still have a traffic department?
So we have a modified traffic department at the current time. As our staffing goes up and we right-size the platoons, we will get back to the dedicated 4-officer with a sergeant traffic department. Currently, we are using a composite of a full-time traffic sergeant dedicated to all things related to traffic safety. but we have assigned traffic officers to the platoons, so they are responsible to the traffic sergeant, but responsive to the platoon commanders of the day to meet the officer safety issues or priorities and priority calls. When they're not otherwise engaged, they're available to do full-time traffic functions.
And I think we've helped you out a little bit there, so thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Chapman?
Thank you, and good morning, Chief Rod. Thank
Good
you
morning.
for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. The first one, kind of piggybacking a little bit off of Councillor Thompson here with the importance of the mental health availability. So in terms of the human component of those called to a career in policing, about what percentage of the service takes advantage of those proactive mental health opportunities that you provide? Do you have a roundabout number?
We actually have very detailed numbers. Our HR director and her colleague monitor this very closely. We are, I would say it's got to be north of, I don't want to, may I just ask?
Yeah, certainly.
Don't have that number right now? Well, it's significant. We know that by the amount of hours that are dedicated to proactive education, engagement debriefings, the peer support program, training people for those functions, the wellness activities that are initiated by the wellness committee. It's the best I've seen, and I've seen a lot. And for a community this size, punching above their weight class in terms of recognizing, first of all, total fitness and mental health as part of that. Mm-hmm. And in fact, we've incentivized people to do the proactive training and or audience with a psychologist, and incentivized. We have a program for people who are high risk, high volume of ugly scenes, ident officers, criminal investigation people, sexual assault investigators, domestic violence coordinators, those kinds of roles that get another layer of support and proactive investment. So.
Excellent, thank you. It's one thing to have it available and provide it. It's another for people to take advantage of it, and that's something that I really wanted to hopefully help illustrate that the service does take advantage
Well,
of.
to that point, that's the reason that was cited for our 41% increase is people are consuming that proactive piece.
Excellent, amazing,
Thank
thank you. The other question that I have is regarding the carbines.
Oh, yes.
So how outdated were the carbines that you were replacing from last year, and how many carbines did you need to replace?
We were outfitted proactively by the previous administration and board. We needed just 4 extras, and we needed the 4 extras because they do break down. And we don't want to, every time you take a vehicle, a weapon out of a vehicle, load a weapon out of a vehicle and start marching around with it, you're creating opportunities. So we wanted to, for officer safety and to make sure everybody got in a car and grabs and goes, they know that vehicle is equipped. So we took 4 for on the shelf for replacement, for training, background training with our recruits, so that we're never leaving a vehicle unequipped. Because I could literally jump in a car, go, and not know that the equipment isn't there.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking about the age of the carbines is that I know that oftentimes those are kind of more the last things to be replaced because they are a tool that doesn't typically break down like, year to year to year. It's something that can go for 10 years,
Oh, yes.
20 years. We have some carbines that I had used with my training at CSC
Yes.
that were decades and decades old. So
Yes.
just to illustrate how you do use the equipment over and over and over again for how long, and that when you do ask for replacement, it's because it is time.
Oh, it
They
is
need
time.
to be looked at. Thank
Yeah.
you so much.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate you.
Councillor Brown?
Thank you, Your Worship, and welcome, Chief Rod, to your first budget meeting.
Thank you.
I'd like to go back to the training aspect that you've talked to, and
Yes.
something that Mr. O'Brien alluded to, which was the Community Policing Act, which is now proclaimed, is having a significant impact on that training. When I looked at a 65% increase in your budget, it certainly caught my attention, hence the highlights. So I'm wondering, and it's a significant percentage of your overall bottom line and what you're asking for this year in your police budget. When the Policing Act was proclaimed, can you help us understand, is it something that now that it's proclaimed it must be done in 2025? Or is there an opportunity to implement the certification, recertification, and other training requirements over the course of time?
There are both. There are immediate and there are recurring annual recertifications, and there are future. So for instance, frontline mental health training is starting to be rolled out for, that's for not for our purposes, is for community encounters on mental health. There's thematic training that has to be done by the end of 2026. We're front-ending that because the boards had to be taught, and it's been mandated by the board that we will get it done in 2025, so we're rolling that out. That's like somewhere in the area of 8 hours per officer. And then we have annual recertifications. If I'm a breath tech, if I'm a SOCO officer, we have annual recertification for use of force. We have and these aren't new; these are ongoing. And then we have to catch up and reskill if I'm promoted, transferred, or given new responsibilities. I don't go down and do those jobs I used to do. We replace those competencies in somebody else. So that's what's calling up the demand for training. And that budget number would have been the ask to meet the needs 3 years ago. So we're meeting the need now so that we can manage this and contain this. And in fact, we've scheduled training days differently so that everyone will know they're going to get 46 hours of training every year, so that we can be proactive in all aspects, from wellness to statutory obligations to criminal code amendments to the most recent decisions from court.
So this may not be a fair question, but I'm going to ask it anyway.
Sure.
A 65% increase in training, recognizing that we probably should have been there in the past. It wasn't suggested to us that it was there in the past. Given the significant increase in the impact it's having on the bottom line, is there any opportunity to look at training, recognizing we need more, but do we need that much more?
The purpose of the meeting today is to discuss the bottom line of the budget. The way we address the training is the amount of risk that we're prepared to accept or ask our members to accept. And so we are not prepared to allow somebody to go out without being totally competent and confident to prevent them from being a headline tomorrow or causing an outcome that would be life-changing for potential victims, witnesses, or others. The accountability that we have is exceptional. And despite our best efforts, this is the demands that society put on the police, right? This act was the answer to why we should be wearing body-worn cameras, why we needed SIU, why we needed the law enforcement complaint administration. So all of that comes home to roost in investing in the officers, who, by the way, we can't really attract or retain in this profession, not just in Peterborough, but anywhere. So we're asking people to step into that breach on behalf of citizens, and we believe that they have to be equipped, physically, mentally, trained, resourced for success for the benefit of the community.
And I just want to clarify, I'm in no way suggesting that we put any officer, first line response, at any risk. That's not what I'm suggesting.
No.
I'm trying to get more so is there a way of being able to manage this? And I'm really asking for your opinion about when 1% of what you're asking council to approve is related to that. Can we measure the risks? If we don't do this, this is the risk. If we don't do that, you may have done that as a police services board, not privy to those conversations. I don't know. So I'm asking the question.
So I'll answer it this way: you're going to pay whether or not you train, and it will be in litigation, it will be in complaints, it will be in lost time, it will be in bad consequences. And for instance, any complaint we've had, typically, to my point, only now just approaching 6 months, but any complaint we've had against an officer comes back to a training issue. And we don't have, thankfully, many complaints, but what it does to the officer in terms of their, again, mental health, well-being, the potential bad service that could have been delivered to a citizen, not catching something at the appropriate time because the training wasn't there, or they didn't recognize the obligation or the statutory responsibility or the authority they actually had in the moment. All of those things come back to bite us, and we'll do it in legal costs. That would be 1 year of a civil litigation, the difference, and that's out of our hands. So based on my career and my experience with training in the military and policing, I can tell you that this is a modest investment. The experts would say we should have 2% of a budget, of the human resource budget. So this is a modest, reasonable, and appropriate investment in training.
Thank you, Chief Rudd.
Thank you.
Your worship.
Thank you, Mayor Ellis, and thank you, Chief, for your presentation, as well as Board Chair Smith and Board Member O'Brien. I have some questions, obviously, for you, Chief, but some may skate into the board territory, and I'll let you decide how you want to handle those.
Thank you.
When I look at a budget, and even this term, we've had a couple to look at. So I look not just at the police service, but all department budgets from a historical perspective and see the year-over-year increases. And then importantly, at the same time, is getting that understanding of the level of service, the performance measurements that come with it, and meeting, as you say, the expectations of the community. So my first question is, last year's budget was a 10.87% increase. Last year's presentation, quite frankly, was lacking. It was just simply a graph that said that calls for service are up, we need more officers, and then we watched some body cam footage. So I guess my question is that what was the level of service in 2024, and you were chief for some of that, with that 10.87% increase, just describing that level of service within the context of a 10.95% increase, because on slide 2, you talk about it meeting the needs of your membership, which of course is imperative, meeting the level of service and the safety expectations of the community. So I'm trying to grapple, because as you can imagine, we get questions from residents, and so I need some type of answer to explain. So last year was a 10%, almost 11% increase, and then this year we're looking at 10.95. Can you describe a little bit as terms of what the level of service was then and what you expect now?
Well, so since I arrived, when I arrived, I seen an organization under stress. Men and women really hard pressed to keep on top of the volume and complexity of the work, supported by, again, very stressed support units, criminal investigation, intelligence, ident, stressed. And I'll give you by way of an example. My history was policing a community just under 100,000 population, both rural and urban environments. And when I retired the first time, the year, I was only chief for half of that year, and I saw where things were going. And so we topped out that year at 31,000 calls for service. So then I come to Belleville, population of, on the signs, 65. We know it's north of that. And what we're policing, the living, driving, or partying, or visiting, enjoying Belleville, it all gets policed. There's an accident, maybe a domestic, there's possibly a crime, that we are answering calls for service. So this population had the same number of calls for service as the population that I left had last year and the year before. So the demand on service is growing. I looked, and to your point, and I am you will see coming forward, I will give you data, times, place, dates, time spent on incidents. We're drilling into all of that so we get better, more fulsome answers to point out that we want to be more efficient, more effective, and as economical as is practical and realistic for the demands of the community and the legislative mandate to be compliant. So yeah, that's what I seen, and that was what was presented to this council last year in the budget by the previous chief, and that's what they were struggling to achieve. The men and women civilian, because of the pressures from the volume of work from the uniform staff, it cascades down in the way of reports, data, servicing data banks for external stakeholders, and all sorts of other accountabilities. So for instance, the community requested last year 5,555, I think it was, criminal record checks. One person is doing that function in addition to another function for policies and procedures. We just have a new piece of legislation with something north of likely 200 policies and procedure type endeavors, and one person trying to do that. So that is obviously a resource that's way overburdened, and we had a record of failing in terms of getting those reports on. So if someone had a property-related offense, not a person in custody, those have to be dealt with before a person goes to court. We were achieving that, but we're doing it on the big clock at time and a half. To keep that level of volume of paperwork and those accountabilities managed, an investment was made by overtime. So it's invisible to the community, but it's the burden on the staff. And so when we speak about the service, it's a total force concept. It's a total service. It's civilian. There are no minor players on the team. When you get down to court, the pressures that were emerging when I just arrived was they had a new judge arrive and 2 new crowns. That means that we're going to have another courtroom up and running. That means we have to have security at all the courtrooms. And the judiciary expects that, requires that, and we're mandated to provide that. So that piece is just growing. And we're resourcing accordingly as much as we can around those priorities.
So if I could just expand on that through you, Mayor, in relation to the fact that the calls here seem to mirror the calls in a larger community, what's driving that? What do you see as far as the community composition? What are the indicators that are driving those larger calls for a smaller center?
Well, you're a regional hub. The services are all here. It's being fed from the county, from 3 surrounding OPP detachments. When people are released from this court, no matter where they're from, they're on our streets or in our social circles for social services. And most of them have issues around mental health or addiction, homelessness. So the social determinants are driving all of it, or a lot of it, in terms of the excess. The issues around domestic violence are not epidemic, I don't believe, but they're not going in the right direction, and so we see repeats of those kinds of things. Our judiciary is saddled with challenges around sentencing guidelines, so people are not being held in custody, so we're doing the repeat catch and release, repeat process, catch and release, repeat process on a regular basis. People's propensity for violence is on the increase. Since I've been here, our emergency response team has responded to many, many serious events, suicides in progress, with great outcomes because we have great people with the right training and the right place at the right time. You see the commendations that we've handed out at the board meetings. And so we have people really doing great things. But the social determinant issue, none of this is policing. But in the absence of any other resource, it's our job.
Yeah, and I would say that's probably one spot where I think the provincial government failed with the Community Safety and Policing Act, is there was an opportunity to clearly indicate what is policing and those core police functions versus when you don't know who to call, you call the police and then you have to deal with it. Just on that note, how much of those mental health calls, substance abuse calls, as was referred to, where there's no crime, low risk, how many are there of those, and are they being diverted to non-police resources? A lot of communities, for example, City of Windsor, the police service there is partnered with Hotel du Hospital. They actually have mental health nurses that will go out. City of Toronto recently on 911 calls that come in for mental health calls, they're tiered based on the risk level and whether there's a crime occurring at the same time. And if they're determined to be no crime, low risk, mental health professionals are responding in place of the police. Can you just describe a little bit as to how those are managed? Because we do hear a lot of calls about mental health, and I would agree with you that that's not a police matter at the end of the day, and certainly putting a strain where it doesn't need to be.
Through your worship, I'm sorry I didn't acknowledge you originally, Mr. Chair. But to your question, so I asked the question when I arrived, how many times are we backing up an ambulance, for instance? The only reason an ambulance would call us is because it's too violent and not safe for them to be involved. That's increased up 100 year over year for the last, I believe, 3 or 4 years. It's gone up almost predictably 100 each time. We haven't made it to all those calls necessarily, but that's the demand or the request. So we make as many as we can. In the last week or so, we've responded to medical calls because EMS just weren't resourced to make those calls. So we are the call of last resort is where I guess that point goes. But when you, and I've done the analysis over time because this is not a new conversation about who should do mental health. We have frontline support mental health professionals, one who actually was a frontline civilian who became a sworn member, who also has been brought before the board in this venue twice for commendations because of her amazing performance. But so in terms of the nonviolent piece, every one of these poor souls who none of us would want to switch places with arm themselves. They may be delusional, they may be high, they may be a number of different states of presenting in different states, and our people have to be prepared for that. And no civilian, no storekeeper, or anybody else should have to be between us and that. So we are trying to get to them all. We have the crew unit pre-deployed downtown. They are specialized trainers or officers with specialized training. They encounter a lot of the routine stuff so that the mandatory responses from the frontline members can be satisfied. So that triage happens that way. But we don't have enough mental health workers to cover the clock. And we can't schedule the event. So we may come up short that way, but we are definitely addressing it the best we can with the resources available and the community supports. And we're all in this together. That part we're working on, and we're very happy. We manage the risk. We look at the data to find out when the call volume typically is and try to resource around that.
I've got a couple more questions, Mayor. The one thing that we new this term is we put out budget surveys, and we put out a survey before we do the budget, and then as the draft budget goes out, we seek community feedback. And I'm not sure if you're familiar with some of those results, but a theme as folks look at the budget is they see high increases in protective services, and it's repeated over and over again. And I think part of it is the fact that they're not understanding the full story. Hence the reason why my questions today is I think I know some of the answers, some I don't, but it's also painting the picture of why you're asking for this money. And so, and Board Member O'Brien put out certain sections of the Community Safety and Police Services Act, and I've read through it, and one of it, when it talks about adequate and effective policing, gives some measurements of crime prevention, law enforcement, maintaining peace, public response, all that. I think the biggest thing that's missing in the presentation is performance measurements, because, you know, when you mention about the calls for service here versus your previous place and how they compare, but the populations are vastly different. When would you be in a position to be able to provide some performance measurements, again, going with the level of service from last year with a 10% increase, looking at a 10.95 again this year? Each department inside the city has operating plans, we have KPIs, and those are looked at as part of the budget context to say, show us your work as to what you're going to do with the tax dollars, and then what are we getting in return in terms of the service? When could you be in a position to be able to have that? Now, I know quarterly there's the results that go to the Police Service Board. I did scan through those, but they're a little bit more difficult when you're looking at segments of time, and then the thing I was looking for is the trend. when would you be in a position to be able to share with the community some of those performance measurements as outlined in the Act?
I would say that we are attempting through the strategic plan to develop what a good job looks like, and then be able to report back on we did a good job. But the other indicators are things like our clearance rate. The other thing is our response time. The other thing is the not repeating calls to the same address multiple times, those kinds of things. But beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Somebody might think it's a waste of our time, and they might even say, we don't want us to go there. But that doesn't mean that we don't have to. This, by way of trends, you can see this 2024 trend. It shows you what we're doing, and at any given time, it's somewhere around 20 to 25% of it will be crime. So, and that's normal. So, literally 20 to 25% of police engagement is actually crime-related. It's all police-related. And so when you go back to the mental health example, if you were to replicate what we do around mental health, you would have somebody paid something like an RN with a psychology degree or a mental health professional, and you'd give them body armor, use of force training, a secure means of transportation, and you would have them doing what we're doing to some extent. So now what we're doing is providing that security safety piece for that expert, and we just don't have enough experts. And that's another budget, different agencies, right? And we're getting some funding to offset those issues. But this is the trend, and that last number really is tying with last year. That number adjusted on that previous slide is really 29,260. And the difference in that, I can explain, but I won't go into it. It's just a data wasn't being collected for a period of time due to a technology issue, but it's all demand. So that is one thing I'd like to sort of show you. This is the other thing. What you talk about or see in policing is literally the tip of the iceberg. You see the front line and the people you phone. Underpinning that are the court proceedings. We don't get a vote on how we do that. It's a national criminal justice system, so we have to meet the tests at that level, and we do. So in that level of service, we're doing well. The specialty units are without peer. Our tactical unit, ident, any of the support units are doing that, but they might, for instance, intelligence might work for months before we see an address. So again, or an arrest, not an address. But the point being, again, the tip of the iceberg. The whole criminal investigation process goes on for years, potentially, to get up to the court proceedings, and then the training and legislative compliances occur for civilians, for every member of our service. So literally, that piece is underpinning a lot of the issue that we're speaking of. But to your point, I've undertaken with the board and senior staff to make sure that we have evidence-based, data-driven decisions that we can communicate in an understandable way. And the divisional commanders and all members are working in that direction. We have found 2 members who have previous experience dealing with data and surveys and those kinds of issues, who are actually frontline constables who we've enlisted for this strategic plan, so that we'll know better. For instance, I would love to be able to today take you to your ward and show you totally the demand for service, give you the numbers, show you the locations, the volume of the demand for service, and that would answer the question. And we're working on that. Somehow over time, the whole patrol zone ADAM model of deployment was eroded, and it just wasn't. You can't invest in everything. To Councillor Brown's earlier point, you can't get it all done. Got a new station done, got a new radio done, a lot got done, but it's all not done. And this is a piece that I want to invest my time and the energy of all of our leaders, so that we can say definitively where it happened, how long it took to get there, what was the outcome of it, how many times do we have to go back, why can't we break that cycle sooner, all those kinds of things. And we're working on a resource to push that kind of content out on a day-to-day basis, and potentially a website where you can go on and see that in real time.
And I think that forward-facing, public-facing data would inform the public as well, because again, when you're looking at the community survey, they're only seeing the number, and then aside from your daily press briefings that may smatter a couple of crimes, they don't really get the picture. So some of that data would be important for the public. I just want to shift to a couple questions regarding staffing, because I notice in your presentation you talk about, well, investing in people, I guess, and you got staffing changes. And I kind of want to get an understanding, because this, in my opinion, has been a little bit of a moving target every year that budgets come up. In 2023, the budget increase was 7.67%. There was some hiring plans involved to add because of the calls for service. And then last year, the 10.87% increase, and again, there was talk about hiring plans, and they're not all coming to fruition, but yet in the budget request, the money's being allocated out as if you were going to be hiring. And so obviously that's not just the salary and benefits, but it's all the training that goes with a new officer as well. So I kind of want to get an idea as to how much hiring has been done with the police service in 23 and last year. How much of that money wasn't spent on hiring, and if so, where did that money go? Was it chewed up in overtime or what have you? And I know this question might sound like I'm springing it, but I did have a conversation with Board Chair Smith at the volunteer event, and I had mentioned that I had a bunch of questions, and she followed up and asked me what they may be, and so I posed those to her in hopes that, because I asked this question last year and I didn't get any real data response on that, to get an idea of the hiring that's occurred versus planned, money spent on hiring versus money that wasn't spent.
So when the ask was made, as my understanding, we had a stable special constable pool at the time. Since then, they had a number of special constables that are moving on, some to corrections, some to uniform policing, some just something different. And so they were priority for immediate. You can hire a special constable a lot quicker than a police constable. So they were hired, backfilled, equipped, trained. The investments and those things occurred. While the number of go-ahead positions were funded, they weren't fully funded, and we never know exactly what we're hiring. We're not saying these are going to be officers getting 3%, or are they fourth-class probationary constables, or are they second class, or what are they? So it's about, in this wage envelope, how many can you hire? So to offset last year's retirements, I know they were backfilled with hires of constables, and at the year end, we were able to make commitments to 5 people, and we swore 5 new people in. 2 were seasoned constables. 1 was an ex-Canadian Forces military police officer, and came to us from Halifax, Nova Scotia, and 2 were recruits right out of the community. So each of them came at a different price point. So that's how that total budget envelope gets handled. To your point, there is a correlation, and we know it exists. It's proving it and understanding it in our circumstance that I'm working on, is the notion of overtime. When you come up short repeatedly because you don't have people to have minimum staffing, then we have to call people in to make it safe. And so that overtime is budgeted in good faith, hope to be attained, but we have no control over it. We're responding to what the world dishes out that day. And again, back to we're all human beings, so not only do we have people on LTD, since I've been here, we've had one of our members injured with a cast, a hand broken, affecting an arrest, and the individual still came to work. Other people get injured, they have to take some time off. So those are always detractors. To the earlier question about training, it's mutually exclusive time and space. We can't have people trying to train when we're supposed to be deployed, because we already have detractors on that in terms of the court calls our members off a day shift to attend court. That used to be done on days off. So fielding a team is more and more hard. It takes 5 to keep 1 under ideal conditions, 24/7, 365. And actually, it's more than that now, because we don't have .5 officers, right? So those are the kinds of things that we're looking at, and we want to have the answers. And there's no tricks or nothing to hide. It's full disclosure. We want you to know, and we want every citizen to know and understand. That's our commitment.
And through you, Mayor, when I pose my questions, I'm not
No, I
drawing the
understand.
assumption that there's
No,
tricks being made.
no, I understand.
It's trying to just figure out where those allocations went, and because there's always a hiring plan versus what actually occurs in real life. And I know there was a suggestion of some recruiting issues and retention issues and things like that. So I guess to go back to my original question, so the funding that was allocated to hiring, that hiring plan, it was all used up then, is what you're saying?
All that money we have nothing stored for.
But was it allocated for hiring, or was it?
It was wages, a wage envelope. So whatever draws on that wage envelope draws it down over the course of a year.
So whether it's hiring or overtime,
Whatever drives the wage envelope
Yeah.
will draw that down. So it's a commitment to hire. And I know we've been doing 4 recruiting drives, sort of thing. And so when I was hired, there was something like 300 to 500 applicants for every job in the province. Now, there isn't 300 applicants likely in the province. And so we literally, in our case, we've had, it seems to be the luck of the draw, but we've had two different back-to-back quarter drives where we had 12 people show up. One case, we had a recruit net out of that. The other case, we had none. And so we were very lucky to get the 5 talented people that we did attract from a neighboring regional service, one all the way from Halifax, and 2 known quantities from this community who came to school here, educated here, came back, went to university, came back here. And so we have the right mixture, I believe, of youth, experience, and talent. Because it's the people from Halifax, the individual from Halifax came as a fully trained ERT specialist with all sorts of skills that competencies we don't have. And we had the SACO officer come from another service in a regional, so the training investment there come fully equipped, and that's a big talent and skill to bring to our community.
Through you, Mayor, the question on hiring, has the Belleville Police Service considered the hiring of part-time experienced officers? For example, I know that the Ontario Provincial Police will hire part-time experienced officers that may take up traffic unit, for example. They don't want to go to the domestic calls or get into the muck, if you will, but they'll take traffic, work a couple days, couple shifts, and really go to town on traffic. And you'd mentioned that the traffic unit is kind of modified right now. We learned in a public meeting, the previous chief, that the one summer, the traffic unit was completely shut down in the city of Belleville, and that was mentioned to the public in a police town hall. And I think that might be the impetus maybe for ASE, quite frankly, is to fill that gap. Has there been any consideration for part-time experience hiring for those specialized things or to help fill those gaps?
Yes, and the answer is that for a service our size, it becomes economically kind of prohibitive, because by the time you put somebody in a police uniform from boots to cap badge, give them the compulsory mandatory annual training, body armor, and the minimum annual training and certification, they may not answer the call. This has happened. I've tried it in a different life and worked very closely with the association. We have a MOU in place that would entitle us to look at that again. But the problem is it just becomes a fixed annual cost, potentially without a return. And so we've really capitalized on strategic deployment of the special constables by having them augment the shift for cell custodian duties and front-end reception, intake, and alternative response capabilities. And that is where we are seeing a return on the investment, because they are taking a big volume off frontline officers who can be better utilized in the field.
Okay. And last question through you, Mayor. Council passed a budget guidelines like we do every year, and the budget guideline was set at 5%, and this was articulated not only internally but to external departments and agencies and special bodies. So I'm just wondering whether the Police Service Board was aware of that guideline, and was it factored into budget deliberations?
I will defer to the board.
Sure.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Carr, through you, Mayor. Councillor Carr, we were aware of the number. As we reviewed all the numbers, again, Jim and I both reiterated, we're responsible for adequate and effective policing, keeping our members safe, keeping our community safe. And we had no capacity to send you a budget with a 5% increase. There was just too much risk for all of us. Want to serve our community well, want to support our community, and work with you as councils and our other emergency services, but we just could not get that number down to 5%, regrettably.
Okay, since the board chair is up, this is my last question for you, and I promise, Mayor. Is the board familiar with the cost per capita in terms of what it costs per citizen here in the city of Belleville in comparison to other centers? And yeah, I'm looking at a Fraser Institute who's done some data research, and it seems like the average cost for major municipalities is around $330. And based on our population of 56,000, that's what's on the sign and what census say, and then based on the budget request of 28.9 million, you're looking at $517 per resident, so on a per capita basis. That stands out quite large. The only municipality, a larger municipality that has that is Thunder Bay. Everyone else is pretty much around the $300 per capita basis, and this is quite hard. Given the composition of our community, we know we have a higher retirement population. We know that we have lower average income. So you're asking residents basically to shoulder on a per capita cost is quite significant in comparison to other parts of the province. Is the board factoring in the per capita cost at all?
I might defer to the chief or deputy. Just a couple of things I'd say is that while our population is 56,000, we have a large area to police. That's one thing. And again, the chief referred to it. It's a mix of the types of services we provide through the police service, like specialized units, as well as community policing. That all adds into it. But Chief, I might just pass it over to you also.
I would just say the Fraser Institute, I would, with the greatest respect, wouldn't use that as my source, but I would say that anything on Ontario through Stats Canada, and then regional center to regional center, that would be something to really understand. Thunder Bay is a different animal. It's a big, massive footprint, and it has rural and urban and other issues and challenges. Some of those cities have casinos under a different structure where they used to get 10 officers maybe for Windsor, Niagara, those kinds of things. And the other thing is Fraser Institute is notorious for not understanding the census metropolitan area as opposed to an actual footprint of a municipality. So if we have apples and apples comparisons, it all goes back to what is adequate and effective to meet the demands of the community and be compliant with the Act. And that's what the board undertook to do in our commitment to the service, or to the community and to council.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Millette, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Worship. Just one point. Fraser Institute, in my former life as a journalist, we never quoted the Fraser Institute. Their numbers are, to put it bluntly, garbage. So, thanks, Chief.
Through you, Chair, do you want me to stand up, or?
You're okay.
All right. Thanks, Chief, for the presentation. Thanks to Chair Heather Smith and Board Member Mr. O'Brien. Couple of things for you, Chief. Went through the budget, and it was the first item that we had a chance to look at. And it says 2022 actual was close to 18,000 invested in internet child exploitation. 2023, 0, 2024, 0, 2025, 0, and no provincial funding. You can do a Google search on child luring on the internet. It's way up. It's a concern. for all the families out there with young children. I'm sure the police service continues to get the folks that are doing this, the young kids, but it's alarming that no provincial funding over the last 3 years.
Through your worship, yes, it's true, and it's a growing crime, and the victimization continues, and it's difficult to investigate. We have technical expertise to go out and sniff, in fact, live people on the internet to see what they're up to, and it'll take you to hot spots, and then they will investigate and drill down through technology and through all legal means available to find out who, where, and what time they're doing it. And then we'll set up a case and investigation. We have dedicated officer and civilian staff who do that kind of function. Could we use more officers on that, all that kind of thing? Absolutely. And the technology improves, and we have to keep pace with that so that we don't leave any victim out in this community or another one.
Thank you. Another question for you, Chief. So we heard last fall provincial funding to help OPP increases for small and rural municipalities. The province rolled out $77 million to help about 330 municipalities in Ontario. And I did hear from other bigger municipalities that have a standalone police service. Several conversations last month in Toronto at a conference, really disappointed that the province will not support municipal police services. That extra money could go back to what we just talked about. There's no funding for child luring online. Is that a challenge? And do municipal police services that aren't in the funding model, do you lobby the government for funding to help out municipalities like Belleville?
Through your worship, yes, we do lobby at chief stays and the PAO, of course, and then the Canadian Police Association and Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police lobby the federal level as well. The issue is, police acts in each province are set down by the provincial governments, and they basically set out unfunded liability and expectations. And so the grants were swimming in the same water, and the same municipalities who benefited from the special funding will also benefit from the grants. So we're always competing with that same finite number of resources. And again, the critical mass of population increases the probability of demand and the actual demand. So
I will just go back to your earlier statement or comments off the top. You talked about Belleville being a regional hub. We have a regional courthouse, and our neighbors are all policed by OPP. And I know that there's the cons are coming to Belleville from Picton, Center Hastings, and Quinte West. And again, we don't get that support, so we have a working relationship with the OPP, but we're stuck paying the bill without any extra funding. Next question, final one, Chief. Concern, I think, for all of us here in the city and around this table. We're 40 days out, 40 days from the transition to the Heart Hub and the activities at Bridge Street in downtown Belleville. Can we be assured that, I know Belleville Police Service will have a role in that, but that transition from Bridge Street to the new Heart Hub and what our downtown and our community might look like? Because we're losing some partners downtown. We've lost in the downtown, welcoming streets, that all ends. What's it going to look like, or are we already having those conversations?
So in anticipation of welcoming streets maybe not being funded, we added additional resource to a crew unit so that they worked very closely hand in hand in the downtown. I've given direction based on anticipated outcome of our strategic plan to divide up this community in patrol zones that will have predictable, consistent resources. So the same teams will police the same geographical areas 24/7, 365 all year long. And we're working with our partners at the DBIA, Early Days, and Chamber of Commerce with understanding the economic impact of crime, poverty, homelessness, all those things, because there is one, right? So the downtown, but it's also for the strip malls or any major business owners. So we are committing to being where the problems are according to the date of the evidence and the complaints, so that we can match the right resource around the clock and then carry the continuity of care, if you will, for the communities in a footprint over time. So we're committing, and the deputy and I and various of our members are working with all the stakeholders, Mental Health, Grace Inn, we've been around to them all, to make sure that we're providing a seamless handoff from one geographical area to the other. And we're also including the actual street people in our strategic plan focus groups.
Thank you, Chief.
Councilor Roy Miller?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Chief Rod, Chair Smith, and Mr. O'Brien, member on the board, and Deputy Meeks is here for support. I thank you. I get to do the wrap-up, and I'm pleased to do that as Vice Chair of the board. We've heard from you in your fulsome overview of what this service does more than just officers and cars. There's so much more. The iceberg is a great visual of how and what the police services do. I just wanted to reiterate, since being on the Police Services Board, I have firsthand knowledge now of what this service does 24/7, and I can't believe it, actually. We must be cognizant of the fact that Belleville is a growing community with a population of about 56,000 residents. As this city continues to grow, both in terms of population and infrastructure, the demands on the police service has increased and will continue to do so. As we continue to have these increases, there is a corresponding rise in calls for service, as we've heard, traffic incidents, and community outreach needs. This puts further demands on staff and equipment. We have a diverse city, including residential, commercial, and tourist areas, each requiring tailored safety measures. As the nature of policing becomes more complex, officers require training in areas such as de-escalation, crisis intervention, and technology. Increased funding is necessary to maintain our required standards. We all know a key role of our policing is maintaining public safety, probably the biggest key role. Our officers work each day on crime prevention and response. Our police force contribute to reducing crime, responding to emergencies, and maintaining order in our community. Our community policing approach gets officers in and around the neighborhood on patrol. They engage with local businesses and partners and schools, building trust with the community, which does prevent crime and enhances safety. We all know that this world has changed a lot. Policing is not immune to this change. To the contrary, they are the front line of this change. Our officers handle situations related to public health crises, such as mental health calls, drug overdoses, and domestic violence, often in collaboration with social services. Modern policing requires advanced technology, including data management systems, body cameras, and upgraded vehicles, which all require the city's financial support. The cost to maintain our service personnel, building, and equipment is one of the largest items in this budget, but also one of the most important services this city provides. We must look at the police services as a cost-effective investment. The investment we make in police services helps to reduce long-term costs associated with crime, healthcare, and emergency services. To ensure our officers are equipped to do their jobs effectively, investing in equipment, mental health support for officers, as well-being programs are so important. It's staggering to me the number of calls this service gets on a daily basis and how insulated we are all from what is really happening in this city. Most of us have no clue what's going on, and thank goodness we don't. What this means to me is our men and women of the force are doing their job. This is a key performance indicator, if ever there was one. Imagine needing the police in an emergency and not having anyone respond, or because they may be out patrolling the 401, and yes, I did say that out loud. That is the beauty of having our own Belleville Police Services. In conclusion, I want to acknowledge this financial commitment in the 2025 budget. The numbers are not lost on me. They are large, but also want to express to the taxpayers, of which I am also one, that I believe, after knowing what I know, sitting on this Belleville Police Services Board, we are indeed getting exceptional value for the money. The training is second to none. We on the board take thematic training. very long. Mayor Ellis may agree. They still haven't given us a gun or won't allow us to carry one. That's probably a good thing. But yes, fabulous service. Men and women of the service are here, committed to this city and to our residents. And I applaud you for the budget. Not an easy task, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member O'Brien. I need a motion to send this to be received and refer to operating issue number D12. Councillor Kelly, Councillor Chatton, all in favor, carried, and we'll break till 11 o'clock. started again. Correspondence, what I'll do is move, get a motion to move them all, and if you want to discuss anything, we can pull it. So, motion to move 7-1 to 7-9. Councillor Chapman, Councillor Wright Miller, anything on these? We'll get them later. All in favor? Carried. Motion to go committee of the whole with myself in the chair, moved by Councillor Chapman, Councillor Kelly. All in favor? Carried. And next we have our treasurer for 8A1, operating presentation. And you said you needed 2 hours?
Shouldn't be quite that long. Okay, good morning. I'm very pleased to present the 2025 operating budget. I'd like to thank all the staff who worked very diligently to get this budget together, as well as the guidance of Mayor and Council. If there's anything that's unclear throughout the presentation, please don't hesitate to ask. For the 2025 operating budget, the city adopted the Strong Mayor's timeline. While we also followed the processes that we've established under the city's budget and financial controls policy. This year's timeline was similar to the last. However, engagement activities and developments started early. A survey was completed to solicit both operating and capital feedback in order to establish the council guidelines. Enhancements provided this year included additional departmental plan build-out, continued community engagement, financial content development, as well as additional accessible budget material. As noted, our first survey assisted in engaging our overall priorities of the community and the level of service expectations. With this feedback, guidelines for the operating budget were developed, and feedback on the proposed operating budget in front of you today was also solicited through survey. Overall, satisfaction with meeting the budget guidelines and priority issues was fairly neutral, and highlighted comments showed a desire for affordability of property taxes, focus on doctor recruitment, social service, and additional information regarding levels of service provided by the police. Feedback was also solicited on departmental KPIs, key performance indicators, and additional budget information, showing a strong desire for protective service financial information and performance metrics. The full operating budget survey report is available on the city's webpage at www.belleville.ca/budget. For the 2025 operating budget, Council established the following guidelines. Bring forward an operating budget with residential property tax increases not to exceed 5%, and this is excluding the impacts of the Fire Master Plan transition. To utilize public feedback in the prioritization of services, prioritize legislative, health and safety, and maintenance of service level issues, and provide capital contributions aligned with the approved asset management plan. These guidelines were very important, and they guided the development of the 2025 operating budget. As part of the community feedback utilized, targeted investments were made in priority areas. Doctor recruitment is a critical priority of the community, and the city has continued investment in this area, as well as reprioritized life insurance costs to be redirected into recruitment activities. Additionally, the city's recognized the need to maintain existing physicians and has recommended a physician appreciation fund that is aimed at enhancing patient loads. Roads and sidewalks were supported through additional staffing to continue infrastructure maintenance. Asset management is a strategic priority and frequently identified in our community feedback. Roads and other core infrastructure are key priorities in both the capital as well as this operating budget in front of you today. 2025 investments show a strong commitment to align the budget and initiatives with the needs of the community. For the overall 2025 operating budget, it totals $217 million for the city, with an additional $20.2 million collected and distributed to school boards for education taxes. The proposed tax-supported budget is $178 million, with user-rated supported portfolio at $39 million. This is an increase in the overall city budget of 8.34%, and increases in budget categories and portfolios vary, across these different portfolios, and we've covered throughout the following slides. First, for the user-rated portfolio, this portion includes water, wastewater, and parking. These user-rated funded portfolios fund all of the expenditures out of the fees charged for these operations. The above table breaks down the water revenue expenditures for 2025. The increase in water billing revenue reflects the 1.47% rate increase that was approved by Council in December and estimated meter and consumption growth for the year. Customer service expenses associated with meter reading have increased due to market conditions and required levels of service, and capital contributions are still being maintained to ensure proper asset management. Overall, this portfolio is increasing by 2.5% in 2025. For the wastewater portfolio, the 2025 metered revenue reflects the approved wastewater surcharge increase of 8.8%, as well as expected growth. Administrative cost pressures continue as a result of development charge fee waivers. Collection costs and capital contributions are being driven by and aligned with appropriate asset management activities in line with the approved asset management plan and the 10-year capital plan. These investments are critical to ensure adequate funding is in place for necessary wastewater infrastructure requirements. The parking portfolio has seen positive change in the year. This is due to increased revenues driven by annualized 2024 rate increases that we've seen, as well as increased fines and service utilization. These revenue increases have helped ensure the parking operation will not run a projected deficit in 2025. The main cost drivers in this portfolio are related to enforcement services. However, they benefit from increased fine revenue to help offset these costs. A parking rate study is currently being finalized and will bring forward recommendations on appropriate rate strategy moving forward. The city delivers a significant number of programs and functions under the tax portfolio. The tax-funded section of the budget is broken down into a number of functional categories within the budget, and services are delivered directly through the city or the responsibility of city boards or external agencies. The tax-funded expenditures for the year is $178.6 million and are funded by several revenue sources, including property taxes. Departmental revenues include user fees and charges and are seeing healthy increases driven by increased recreational user fees, full-year automated speed enforcement, and transit revenue increases. Increased transfers from reserved are budgeted in the year to accommodate several community investments. These include things like Habitat for Humanity, YMCA, and the Bridge Integrated Hub contributions. Other tax represents amounts charged as payments in lieu of taxes for government agencies, supplemental taxes, and write-offs. In 2025, other taxation revenue has returned to normalized levels and includes a reduction to account for the large assessment of growth experienced during 2024. Cumulatively, these revenue sources help reduce tax-supported budget by $40.3 million, leaving $138.3 million to be financed through property taxation. The city department's portion of the overall tax levy is approximately 56%. City boards account for approximately 23% of the net tax levy at a total of just under $32 million. Provincially mandated agency budgets account for 15% of the net tax levy, with pressures in this portfolio driven by Hastings County services, which include items such as long-term care, social housing, and EMS. Special purpose body budgets continue to be an area of growing pressure. The city is seeing some relief from recycling services being uploaded to producers. However, faces pressures in funding community service groups through grant and other programs. In total, this portfolio represents approximately 6%, or $8.5 million for 2025. The above chart outlines the 2025 and 2024 levy requirements by functional area, with the green line indicating the amount of increase or decrease in each portfolio. In 2025, increases in the levy requirement are significant in protective service portfolios, other taxation revenue, and contributions to capital. The protective service portfolio is seeing the largest increase due to pressures in both the fire and police services. Health, social, and family services are identified at the end of the chart. These are typically not core municipal services and are delivered by external groups. These portfolios are increasing. However, in the current year, a tax relief measure has been proposed to fund this area and relieve 1% off the tax levy. Of the 11.9 million tax levy increase, base adjustments identified as Category B account for just over 6.4 million, or 5.07%. Items of significance include the pre-approved fire master plan, annualized prior year approvals, contract service and wage agreements, and the reduction of supplemental tax revenues. City boards include the police and library and have increases totaling approximately $3 million, which is primarily related to policing services at $2.86 million. Where reasonable, special purpose body external agency costs have been managed through utilization of one-time funding. Provincially mandated services are estimated at just under $1 million increase for Hastings County service portfolios, which are still outstanding and unapproved at the moment. The remaining issues relate to those brought forward by city departments. Legislative compliance items have the most significant increase and is largely attributable to capital contribution requirements. Also of note, under tax relief measures is proposed funding from automated speed enforcement revenues to offset the Bridge Integrated Hub project. In 2025, the city will be transitioning fire services based on the pre-approved fire master plan. This will allocate costs based on updated boundary and service delivery. Costs will now be allocated for the core fire service that's provided consistently across the municipality, as well as on an area rated basis to the urban area, rural area, and the rural to urban group, which will be transitioning over a 5-year period beginning in 2025. Items specific to the fire master plan above include the change to the boundary, the core service, and the fire staffing pre-approval. The remaining is budgeted costs for the overall fire service for 2025. Overall increases related to fire services for a $250,000 residential assessment are identified below. The annual impact expected to transition from 2026 to 2029 to urban fire areas will be an approximate 12% reduction per year, or $12 reduction per year between 2026 and 2029 from the total fire figure that you see there. That's excluding any growth or increased costs in those periods. The increase of $26 per year for rural and $72 per year for rural to urban. This will result in, at the end of the transition period, urban fire services being approximately $550 for the urban fire services and $315 for the rural fire services for a residential property assessed at $250,000. Another highlight of the budget to identify is the automated speed enforcement revenues and expenditures. These are included in the transportation and operations service area of the budget under traffic. Remaining ASE revenues at the end of 2024 will be transferred to reserve. Projections for 2025 are approximately $940,000 for the revenue remaining after expenses. Originally, these remaining funds were to be transferred to reserve and utilized for traffic measures. However, the tax relief operating budget issue D71 has been proposed to offset the Bridge Integrated Hub funding for $1.26 million that would otherwise be raised from taxation. It should be noted these are projected figures. Hastings County does administer the provincial offenses and their budgets are still outstanding. The city levies taxes to residents based on the services they receive. This is a process referred to as area rating, and this year there will be 5 different area rated tax tables. For each table, the same core rate is applied to all residents for service delivered to the municipality on a broad basis. These include items such as snow plowing, road maintenance, recreational services, and general government. Specific services based on the area include police, fire, transit, and street lighting. With the pre-approval of the fire master plan, the city is transitioning a section of the Canifton rural area to Campton urban fire services. With this shift in assessment, the service costs, both urban tax billing areas will see relief in annual taxes as the rural properties are transitioned to the urban budget. Those in the rural tax billing areas will see increases as the transitioning properties will no longer be contributing to the rural fire service. The transitioning rural to urban, Campton rural to urban properties will see the largest increase as they will now receive and contribute towards urban level of service. To help accommodate this transition, the affected properties will see this increase spread over a 5-year period beginning in 2025. So some good news, the growth in assessment helps bring down the tax increases as the cost is spread over a larger assessment base. This year we've had significant increases with the overall taxable assessment growing by 3.26% this year. Within the city's property areas, the Campton rural to urban section is experiencing the highest percentage in change in assessment at 4.19%. This increase is due to the size of this area and the high residential population property growth. The Belleville urban area has the largest assessment value increase at $184.6 million, largely driven through significant commercial assessment growth. The Belleville urban area maintains the largest assessment base, totaling over $5 billion, or 74% of the overall assessment of the city. The above slide provides the breakdown of the 2025 property taxation by both property tax class as well as billing table. Of the total $138 million, residential tax makes up approximately 54% of the tax levy and commercial at 32%. Overall, Belleville urban pays 81% of the total property taxation, with the remaining tables making up the difference. So the proposed operating budget provides for residential property tax increases below the guideline of 5%, and this excludes the impacts of the fire master plan. Residential tax increases range from 4.3% for Belleville urban to 6.32% for the Canifton rural to urban area. When excluding the impacts, you can see below that all of the individual tables fall below the 5% guideline. The city continues to develop the corporate departmental operating plans to enhance community engagement, transparency, and accountability. They were developed to align with the strategic direction and provide an overview of each department, their roles and responsibilities in delivering municipal services, overall budget requirements, past accomplishments, as well as key performance indicators and operational initiatives for the year. This year, plans were enhanced for greater budget overview, performance monitoring, and more in-depth corporate and external agency information. Just for a few closing remarks and administrative items. Following the budget adoption, tax bylaws are expected to be brought forward at the April 14th council meeting for approval. We'll send out the bills on the week of May 26th, and installment due dates will be set at June 26th and September 25th. Looking forward, the city will continue to review and seek support with respect to potential tariff impacts. Efforts will also be undertaken to ensure appropriate cost recoveries across user portfolios and supplemental grant and partnership revenues explored to help manage the tax burden. Reassessment was originally scheduled for January 1st, 2020, but this remains outstanding, and we await direction from the province. Asset management planning will continue in the year to meet our July 2025 deadline. This will help inform our capital planning and budgeting for 2026 and beyond. We solicit feedback each year based on this year's feedback. We will be looking to expand on the corporate budget section of departmental plans, develop additional KPIs, key performance indicators, and continue to develop and deliver educational content around municipal budget, operations, and results. Oops, that's it.
Questions, Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Director. Couple of questions on the taxation. You keep talking about the fire master plan being in the impact. What impact did the fire master plan have in our percentage of the budget or tax increase? Was it $1 million, $2 million?
Through the chair to Councillor Thompson, approximately about 1% when you're looking at the actual tax impact for some of the service increases that were attributable for the pre-approval with staffing. However, the largest impact that we're actually seeing is with the allocation of taxes across the individual tables. We now have the Campton rural to urban area paying for the urban services. This is provides a larger increase to their tax portfolio and their tax burden, as they are now participating in and receiving urban services, which come at a much higher cost. That budget portfolio is about 13 times the rural portfolio. So as they stop participating and paying into and receiving the urban service, their percentage is quite more impactful. So as you can see on the slide, that's why there's a differential for them around 1.75%. You have reductions in the Belleville urban service because that service is getting paid for out of Campton.
So you say 1% possibly for the fire master plan impact on taxation?
I'll be more specific. It would probably be about 0.75. What you're looking at is for the fire staffing pre-approval for the 939,000 would be attributable for the fire master plan approval implications.
So that's an increasing in staff partially?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And the other question, or more of a statement, the $940,000 that's collected for the cameras, if we didn't have that increase or income, our taxes would be going up 1% because we'd have to cover the hub, that fund there. So we're not only slowing down traffic, but we're also saving the taxpayer 1%. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Councillor Carr, Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Director Ferguson. I posed this question at Finance Committee, so I know the answer, but I thought it would be good to pose the question here today in this forum. As we go through the budget later and we're seeing where some of the funds are being drawn from, how much funding is being drawn from the tax rate stabilization fund for the 2025 budget in total?
Through the chair to Councillor Carr, don't have the exact figure, but I believe it's about $7 to $8 million is coming out, which is a significant sum this year.
And just supplementary, and so with that, and I know that there's some accounting money in, money out, with that allocation, where will we sit with a balance after drawing out 7 to 8 million? Because I know we have a target that we should comfortably have it at, and that's not quite blinking red, but it's certainly very red. What will we be left with?
Through the chair to Councillor Carr, I believe it's about $3 million is projected to be left in the tax rate stabilization reserve fund. This was one of the items that was identified as a key performance indicator, so it is one that we are monitoring closely. We have a significant number of kind of past approval and items that are creeping up that were to be funded from there, so it's all kind of a perfect storm coming out in the current year. But there will be some attention and strategies put in place to get that KPI back into an acceptable range.
And through you, Mayor, the last question, and related to the KPI, what is the total that we're trying to achieve and would be satisfactory for the tax rate stabilization fund?
I believe the total, through the chair to Councillor Carr, I believe the total is somewhere around $12 million.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. As always, Director Ferguson, you guys do an amazing job in terms of pulling this all together and making it make sense. I just want to go back to survey number 2 results. In terms of the feedback, and I did take the opportunity of reading every single comment to make sure I understood what were really some of the drivers. An observation is that if you take the 5 topics you've highlighted, affordability, healthcare doctor recruitment, social services, protective services, and transit, 3 of them are really outside of the control of council, in that healthcare, doctor recruitment, social services all fall within the purview of the provincial government. And so my question is, what more could we do in terms of educating our taxpayers in terms of what we can control and what we can't control?
Through the chair to Councillor Brown, it's a great question, good observation. It's something that we've continued to develop budget information, posted to the website, as well as put communications out to people that sign up for our budget email account. Everybody should sign up for that. And great work for our communications group too, to get information out. Because there is, some of that feedback does identify, and like you said, some of these priorities are somewhat external to the city. These are some of the pressures, and these are some of the items where council has taken the initiative to direct funding towards, and why we're seeing pressures. But investing in these areas do create difficulties in prioritizing those tax dollars for city operation. So it's really important that we continue our efforts. Part of the departmental plan information, part of the KPIs, and part of the information that we're trying to put out is around getting some of that educational content around some of these being more provincial priorities and putting strain on that.
And again, just an observation, each time one of these provincial responsibilities comes back to council, we always, it's like walking a tightrope in terms of what do we invest in and what do we not. It's like as soon as we invest in it, it almost offers relief to the province. They can go, we don't have to worry about that now. So have we, from a finance perspective or collectively from EMT, had the conversations about how do we maintain that balance so that we're respecting the needs, what the feedback we're getting from the taxpayer, but at the same time being fiscally responsible in terms of the dollars that we have the capability to invest in this. And I think it sort of leads to the tax stabilization questions that Councillor Carr posed, which is that seems to be our go-to when we need to underpin a provincial responsibility. And I guess I'm concerned when you say that our goal is to have 12 million and we only have 4 and we're going to pull 7 to 8 out this year, would suggest to me that we're probably teetering more on one side of funding provincial assets than the other. So my question is, are there conversations that are happening around how do we maintain our acrobatic position on that tightrope?
Through the chair to Councillor Brown, absolutely. It's a conversation throughout the entire budget development, because we're all fighting for resources and trying to prioritize it accordingly for the community feedback, the strategic direction of the corporation, and what the community is looking for service level, be it on a very broad basis of services provided. So I think there's not only that discussion going on, there's the advocacy that's going on with upper levels of government, whether it's our own municipal operations for support for capital, or managing other portfolios that we continue to have to wade into to get the results for the community that we're looking for. So those are our key discussions, those key advocacy items, and I think council as well makes those, brings those up and advocates for those as well. And that's why it makes for such an interesting and exciting budget period, because we get to do that and really try and focus on the key strategic priorities of the council and of the community, and try to weigh those priorities and invest our dollars as efficiently as possible.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Chatton?
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Thank you, Director Ferguson. I was hoping that you might be able to help me understand the costs that we pay that are well north of $500,000 to MPAC. Given that their mandate is to assess and classify all properties in Ontario, and the assessment for properties is still being worked off of the 2016 data. So I'm just wondering, what is it exactly that we are paying for in those fees to them? And could you explain maybe when we might be able to see a new assessment, or if they've given any kind of indicator that it's going to be less than 10 years?
I'll touch on it in 2 seconds. My last council, we refused to pay them, but we ended up having to pay them, so.
Oh, okay.
They sent a bill collector.
Through the chair to Councillor Chatton, that is correct. We have had some discussions about service level requirements, and in the past had attempted to not pay increases, but we have a legislative requirement to do so. They do create or have responsibilities for doing all the assessment for the municipalities. So it is a requirement, and we look to them for all the assessment. As you mentioned, reassessment has not occurred. We do not have a clear indication of when that would be. I think after the provincial election, it may become more clear. They will dictate when that reassessment date will occur, and that valuation date. And MPAC will go ahead and do that. We still do have growth in the community, people challenging their assessed values, and MPAC needing to assess new buildings. So the bulk of their responsibility or focus currently would be more on those type of activities, as opposed to doing all the reassessments that will need to occur at that time.
Okay, so just a follow-up. If we have a legislative requirement to pay them, they would have a legislative requirement to provide what their mandate is, right? Is there any kind of course of action that we could look into to force that in any way?
Through the chair to Councillor Chatton, we do have a service level agreement with MPAC, and they're required to provide us services with certain requirements. They're not required to do the reassessment until the province indicates the reassessment date, so we're not able to do that. But we proactively are monitoring and review some of their completion timelines and their accuracy in assessments, and are frequently corresponding with them about those items.
Excellent. Thank you, Director, very much.
I just got one comment, and I don't know if these numbers are the same, is maybe in our tax bills, or we should try to get the message out that we control maybe 50% of the budget, 48 or whatever that number is. We provide, I think, 70% of the services and the 60 to 75% of the services. And how much tax dollars, we get about 8 cents, I think, on a dollar of total tax dollars that are collected, somewhere in those numbers. And just to educate the public to say, here's what we're faced with, providing the most services on the least amount of money, not be able to run a deficit, and the value for money is there. And I think that we all get calls on taxes, you know, my taxes are going up and things like that. I know myself, I pay around $5,000 in house taxes, and that includes education and all that. In income tax, when I was MP, I never got a call on it. And it's no secret to say, between Sue and I, we're well over north of probably $50,000 in income tax. And the majority of taxes are going to the two upper governments, as Councillor Brown said, and then we're picking up those fees with the doctor recruitment and things like that. I guess we're the first on the ground to get those calls, but when you break it down like that, I think it shows that we're getting value for money. And if you even divided it down into how many people live in a house and how much it is, you could be into $5 a day for driveways, paves, police, and all that. And I've always said that if federal government or provincial government go on strike, a lot of people wouldn't notice for a long time. If we went on strike here, our calls would be right away. So I think, you know, education-wise, maybe we should start trying to hit those issues and send them out in the tax bills with some type of a statement as saying this is what you're getting for your money. So that's just a thought. Are those numbers, could you get those numbers still to be?
To the chair, yeah, we could get definitely some average figures or a little bit of educational content around that for sure. Yeah.
Council think we should do something like that, or yeah, Alan? Yeah. So, and then we'll just put that on social media and kept retweeting and do all that stuff, right? Facebook. So, but and we're frontline and center, and we all know. I got 5 calls the other day, and I think 3 of them were provincial and federal issues. Like it's, you know, things in the hospital and all that, and we all get those. So, any other questions? Seeing none, motion to, I guess, receive that, or do we send it somewhere? Be received. Okay, I think we, Councillor Brown, Councillor Carr, all in favor? Carried. I think we can move some of these 8A2 down to 8A4 together. Moved by Councillor Chatton, Councillor Kelly. Any discussion on them? All in favor? Carried. This one here is to receive on the Food for Learning resolution. That this be received. Moved by Councillor Kelly, Councillor Wright Miller. Discussion. All in favor? Carried. And then I think we can do 8A6 to 8A9 in mass. If we get somebody to move them. Councillor Chatton, Councillor Millette. Any discussion on that? All in favor? Carried. And then we'll need a motion to go in camera. Councillor Kelly, pursuant to section 239 of the Missile Act. Councillor Chatton, all in favor? Carried. And then once we get this done, I think we could probably break for lunch and finish it off. We shouldn't be too long. I hope. get things started here again. Thanks, staff, for waiting. I apologize, I went a little fast. We're just going to have to back up. We want to reopen 8A9, the Family Physician Appreciation Fund. Councillor Carr, you had comments?
Yeah, so just procedurally, I know we kind of flew through that one.
So I could just,
Can we get a motion on the floor on
To-
that one?
yeah, okay, motion
Because
to
there's a
pull.
motion for that?
Yeah, motion to reopen it, Councillor Chatton, Councillor Carr, all in favor, reopened it. Do we have
Okay.
three-quarter vote on that? Yes,
No,
we did.
but I just,
Okay,
sorry.
so a motion to put it back on the floor?
Well, the motion, the recommendation that's there is what I'm referring
Okay.
to. That's what we need to debate.
Yep, okay, so, I need to pass that recommendation, so moved by. Yeah, move, yep. Seconder on the doctor physician recruitment? So I apologize, I went a little fast. So we want to break this open because it wants to be discussed, 8A9. So move it, second it to get discussed? No? Second it, Bart? Yeah. Second it. No? Okay, discussion.
So just for clarity, through you to the clerk,
Yeah.
based on that mover and seconder, the recommendation as presented in the report is on the floor, and that's what's subject to debate, correct?
Referred to,
Okay, so it's referred to D610?
yeah, D610.
Okay, I missed that part. I'll get to DC10 and talk about it there.
Okay, so we're good then? Fold that all back up, pretend it never happened. Okay?
That's what happens
Here.
when you move too quickly.
Everybody look here, look at the pen. Okay, we're good to go. Christopher. We've lost him. Okay, so 8A11 is proposed base budget adjustment tax supported. Resolution that the proposed base budget adjustment tax supported be approved. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Kelly. Discussion. All in favor? Carried. These sheets. Three or four at a time. Put your hand up and then we'll dive into those ones if you want. Yes, right? Pardon me? By Councillor Sutton, Councillor Murray Miller. Okay, so we're on the sheets, the big ones. Okay, so we will start. Any discussion in the Bs, B1 to B5? Okay, C is not there. D, D1 and D2. Councillor Card?
D2.
Yep.
So just on that one, and I'd like a recorded vote on this item here. I'm not going to support the police budget, and you know, while I appreciate there's cost pressures, I guess some of it is there was just a lack of clarity in terms of those pressures, and particularly as it relates to what the year-over-year increases have been, and like I said, from 2018 to 2025, you're looking at a 48.75% increase, and just in the last 2 years, if the 2025 budget is proceeded, you're looking at almost a 22% increase. And there seems to be, you know, a lack of metrics. I know that's being worked on. The other concern I have is that you always see about the calls for service and needing more officers, and there's a lot of studies out of the U.S. just simply because they have more data, but a recent one out of the University of Toronto that looked at 20 major police services and looked at the number of police officers and its impact on the crime rate. And there's nothing to suggest that adding more police changes your crime rate. And the chief did allude to that really at the end of the day, that some of these things are just the social determinants, whether it be mental health, whether it be substance abuse. I know for larger centers, gang activity becomes generational in nature just because of the draw and attraction to quick money fast and some of the prestige that goes with that within that criminal element. But the fact of the matter is if we just keep adding based on the calls for service, we're never going to end. And until the province changes the legislation in a proper way to actually define what core policing is and what they should not be involved in, we're on a little bit of a runaway train. And, you know, interestingly enough, I did pull another statistic as far as the average cost. Perhaps maybe this source will be a little bit more reputable. Stats Canada indicates that on average, $332 per capita for policing, and we're at 571. And again, going back to the fact that looking at our demographics, we have Watson and economists who do our background studies to give us an idea of our population, our income that our population receives, and part of it is our property tax system is a little antiquated for sure, because the value of your house is good when you want to sell it, but the value of your house while it's tied up is what you're being taxed on versus the other levels of government where it's income based, and obviously if you make more, you pay more. And so I'm just seeing a runaway train here in terms of the costs. And like I said, $571. Our neighbors next door are paying $201 per person with a population of 46,500. So again, just looking at the dollar value, looking at the lack of metrics, I did not hear the word efficiency indicated during the presentation. And I know that sometimes emergency services kind of get that protection, if you will, of, well, we don't want to touch them. I think everything's fair game, quite frankly. And, again, the taxpayers have spoken through surveys. They've spoken certainly at a recent town hall, and maybe some have received feedback. I know I have. And their concern is that there just doesn't seem to be cost containment. And so for that, I can't support it.
Okay, Councillor Millett.
Thank you, Your Worship, and as hard to digest as the figure is, I'm going to support it. I know in speaking to frontline officers and some of the, I get to speak on a regular basis with some of the special constables, and it was mentioned here, that court facility, and we can hold our breath until we turn blue and wait for the province to do the right thing. In the meantime, we're left holding the bag. I hear everything that Councillor Carr says, and I sympathize with an awful lot of it, and it is an eye-watering number. But, and as to the mention that in the presentation there was no mention of efficiency, and I know that you had in the past, Councillor Carr had in the past asked for some sort of a comparative or a report showing the efficiencies. I tend to believe that the police brass doesn't roll out of bed in the morning and their goal is to bloat their bureaucracy and screw the taxpayer. I think that they do have the, and I'm not suggesting that that's what you're suggesting, Councillor Carr. So I believe they have a vexing situation. I like to believe the current Force Administration has it in hand. I don't want to see these increases come back to us each year. I'm hoping they're turning the corner on this, but I do know the alternative, without us endorsing this and approving this, is pretty dire. I do know that on the streets it's not good, and we are dealing with some issues in this community that are, we just need to look out the windows right here. But I think Goring what seems to be the fattest of the fatted calves is not the solution in this, to try and save money on this budget. So I'm going to support this. Thank you.
Councillor Kelly, then
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, I'm going to be supporting this. We heard this morning from Chief Rod. He talked about moving to this municipality to work. He left a municipality that had close to 100,000 people. Those were his words. And he said the calls for service are equivalent or potentially more in the city that they're covering, say, 60,000 people. And when we make reference to our neighbors to the west, I think the level of policing is a little different with the Belleville Police Force than what we see with the OPP in Quinte West. Geography, they have a lot more kilometers to cover. I've spoken to those in the front lines in Quinte West, and they reference the Belleville Police Service as having more officers on the road at any given time, and response time would be much quicker. So a lot of respect for the Belleville Police Service, and I'll be supporting the budget.
Councillor Thompson, then Councillor Brown.
Just one statement. I've talked to a lot of constituents. I'm concerned about all of our emergency services, and that includes the police, the fire, the ambulance. They're all costing us a lot of dollars. I think we have to be very diligent. We need these services, and we have to take into consideration how much the taxpayers can afford to pay. We need them. We just have to get the word that and take the honesty of our police chief, our fire chief, our ambulance chief, that they're giving the best service they can at the dollar that they have to. But again, I'm as concerned with anybody. I think our emergency service budget is certainly getting to the point is how much can we afford as a municipality, but we need it, so I'll support it.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship. Admittedly, I had a really hard time with this when it came in higher, and I continue to have difficulty with it at 10.95%. With respect for our police chief, I heard a lot today of things he wants to change and he wants to do differently, and I'm encouraged by that. The fact that he talks in a language that I'm comfortable with, which is key performance indicators and being able to judge one to the other, again, is encouraging. We're hearing the right things. My struggle is, we set a budget guideline of 5. We didn't just pick a number out of the air. It was clearly what we felt that we could justify, that we could stand up and justify to our taxpayers. And we heard overwhelmingly in the survey results that we got that policing and the increase in the budget was just blowing people's minds. I guess the position being is, I did not hear any receptivity to going back and maybe rethinking. I considered maybe asking to have it sent back. I knew I wasn't going to win, so may as well not put that on the table. But I didn't hear any receptivity to going back and looking for those efficiencies that we've talked to. 10.95 on top of what we saw last year, and no guarantees that we aren't going to see it again yet next year, to me is not sustainable. And I think that stands behind why last year we asked for a value for money study that had nothing to do with OPP costing. It had everything to do with, are we getting the value for the money that we are spending as we taxpayers, not we council, we taxpayers. So I just ask that we really give pause to whether or not we need to see a 65% increase in training, no matter what the legislation says, because we deal with legislation every single day. Give pause to, can we actually stand in front of our taxpayers and support 10.95% increase while we're holding everybody else's feet to the fire at 5? Thank you.
Anybody else? Lisanne or Councillor Chatton?
Yep, thank you, through you, Chair. I wanted to point out, Councillor Carr had mentioned the 22% over the past 4 years cumulative request by Belleville Police Services. Is that correct? 2 years, sorry, over the past 2 years. I did want to remind council, last year we had heard that the complement for Belleville Police Service had not changed in, I believe he'd said 2 decades, that it had been the exact same complement regardless of the amount of change in the population with Belleville. So that's important to note. They are actively recruiting because they need to recruit to be able to service the population. Also, in terms of neighbors, our next door OPP services, often they will get calls and request the help of Belleville Police Service because it is beyond their ability or competency to be able to respond due to their low numbers of people in the force out on the street. And Belleville is happy to do so. So those things combined, I will be supporting the police budget, but hearing what Councillor Brown had just said, is there any possibility of helping to mitigate next year's potential ask for an increase if we were to ask specifically Belleville Police Service to submit a preliminary projection of what it is that they may need so that we can maybe offset before it comes before council so that we're not kind of, like you said, holding somebody's feet to the fire on the spot and saying, we can't do this, you got to go back to the drawing board at the 11th hour. Maybe we can give a little bit of room to figure out how we can best support them without them coming to us with a 10% increase next year. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think this originally was 18, wasn't it, Barb? Did you have it? And so they did bring it down? Go ahead, Councillor Wright, sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. And yes, I've been sitting in on these meetings, and trust me, it's a huge number. None of us like it, but it is what it is. And yes, it has been brought down from just over 18. They have gone through these numbers piece by piece, person by person, staple by staple. But in just what you said, Councillor Chatton, about maybe coming up to next year, yes, as vice on the Police Services Board, I'd be happy to bring information back to council because this is not going to get any better. There's no capital in this at all. So, you know, it's been cut really to the bone. It's not a nice budget, but it is the budget we're faced with right now to keep the level of service up that we have right now in our city. So I will be supporting it.
Yeah, just a question through to Director Ferguson. Director Ferguson, at our last Finance Committee meeting, as we were going over many things related to city finances, it was mentioned in committee that the Belleville Police Services is currently over budget for 2024, so overspent at $813,000. And so will that, and I know there's some accounting that occurs because it's police budget, but at the end of the day, it all comes back to the city and the taxpayer. So when that gets reconciled, and I understand that number might be a little bit fluid, but if it stays in and around that area, that will be a factor that we'll have to consider when the police service brings their budget next year in order to make them whole, but also obviously balance the books. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Carr, that's correct. So they do run a police reserve account, and it's meant for their capital as well as their operating stability, similar to like our tax rate stabilization and the asset management reserve fund. If it were at that level, they would be in deficit. We would need to internally finance that. Again, it's a bit of an accounting exercise. They would borrow that, but they would need to repay that to get their reserve fund balance back into check.
So in other words, they will have to factor that deficit into the 2026 budget and include that as their request in order to be made whole.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Just one curiosity to Director Ferguson. We had rural policing and we had urban policing, and I guess you have the rural amount, what that would be, because urban would be more on the tax table?
Through the chair to the chair. Yes, for the police services, it's broken down into an urban police service and a rural police service. That breakdown does go back to when there was the delineation between those two, and it's set at 96% of urban policing to the Belleville Urban, Canafton Urban and Canafton Rural area paying the Urban Police Service, and rural paying for the 4% portion.
So that would be lower, like the amount, you know?
The,
That would be lower than, obviously, we got,
through the
Okay.
Chair to the chair, yes, the proportions I believe are somewhere around, on a $250,000 assessment, 950 on the urban side, and the rural is about 320.
okay, thanks. Recorded vote then, to the clerk. Recorded vote. We moved it and seconded it, we'll just get it moved and seconded again. Lisa, or Councillor Chatton, Councillor Millette for the move and seconder.
Councillor Millette?
Yes.
Councillor Sue?
Yes.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
Councillor Brown?
No.
Councillor Carr?
No.
Councillor Chatton?
Yes.
Councillor Enright Miller? Yes. Councillor Kelly?
Yes.
Mayor Ellis?
Yes.
Carried by 7, your worship.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving along, we're at D2, so let's go to D2 to D27. Any conversation on these ones? Councillor Thompson.
I have two questions. D24, Quinny Conservation, up $80,000. That seems to be a fairly large jump. I don't think there's anybody here from Quinny Conservation. Maybe we can get some idea why now.
Councillor Millette?
Yeah, thank you, through you as chair of board. I would note for Councillor Thompson's interest, yes, 6.91 is not a figure we wanted to come in with. We were cognizant of the 5% increase. The city of Belleville, we have various special levies. Our dams, special levies, dam maintenance, 79,500. We have what's known as a 4-year, let me see here. We're entering the 4th year of our 10-year water control infrastructure asset management plan approved in 2021. It's allowing us to make many improvements to our water control dam assets to ensure safety, reduce liability, invested in our aging infrastructure. Simply put, Councillor Thompson, the province has frozen funding for conservation authorities, and here's another one of those mentions of where the province is delinquent in their responsibilities. We haven't seen an increase in a decade to conservation authorities, and who has to carry the load? It's municipalities. So if we want our dams to remain safe, we want to avoid floods that we have seen in the past devastate downtown Belleville. Unfortunately, we have to pay these increases.
Okay, and that's,
Yeah.
Thompson?
Okay, thank you. And D25 Sterling Arena, $26,000 increase, is that right?
I believe correct, yes. Councillor Carr, can speak to that?
Yeah, please.
There we go. Yes, thank you, and I was actually going to speak on that. First of all, I didn't vote in favor of the budget at Sterling Arena, and of course, that's a historical agreement that was pre-amalgamation, and we've just have maintained it since. Quite frankly, through you, Mayor, to Councillor Thompson's inquiry, the budgeting wasn't accurate, and they were running deficits. And it was disappointing to see that based on the budget estimates that staff brought forward and then what the actuals were, was missing the mark. And so this is the best we could do. Like I said, I didn't support it, and I honestly think, you know, at the end of the day, and I've stressed it at that meeting, and I now chair that board, that we need more accurate numbers. We cannot just have these rough estimates that suddenly when the music stops at the end of the calendar year, we're all holding a bag that we have to then pay. And of course, Belleville's share was significant, as was Quinny West. Again, smaller municipalities, it wasn't very noticeable. But this is a historical agreement that we're married to, whether we like it or not. And unfortunately, some of the provisions within the agreement, actually, you see a lot of loose agreements. This one's pretty ironclad, which is frustrating to say the least. But at the end of the day, it was bad budgeting. Can't say it any other way, and we've made it clear that can't happen again.
Well, just the contractual agreement with them is forever and ever and ever?
Through the chair to Councillor Thompson, yes, there is no term on it and needs unanimous consent to resolve.
Okay, Councillor Chatton, on this item?
No, it's on this item. Yep, thank you. Through you, Chair. How do we put an expiry on the agreement at this point, Director? If I may. CAO? Or CAO, whomever can put an expiry on this agreement?
Through the chair to Councillor Chatton, it is an amalgamation agreement. It would be, it's been explored, and as Director of Finance said, it would require unanimous consent. So we and Queenie West have had numerous discussions about trying to extricate ourselves from this agreement. It is not, from our perspective, significantly beneficial. Certainly we have former Thurlow residents and current Thurlow residents who still register for Sterling Minor Hockey and other hockey at that arena, and so use the arena and obviously pay a percentage of the share of that arena, as does Queenie West. But to Councillor Carr's point, and my perspective, at time of amalgamation, a lot of the agreements at amalgamation with some of the townships and the former wards were incredibly plain language and were easy to extricate yourself from. This is the only one that I'm aware of that Belleville's involved in that has a unanimous consent clause. So I would suggest that Centre Hastings, who's party to it, and Sterling Rawdon will always counsel their members to never consent to allow Queenie West and City of Belleville to extricate themselves from the agreement, because we pay the lion's share of the costs.
Understood, thank you.
Councillor Brown, on this item, or do you pull on a different one?
On Sterling as
Okay.
well. Two questions. First, to the Director of Finance. I noted in the arena's budget that the capital is actually included on a cash basis as an operating expense versus amortized over the lifespan of the asset. Is that common?
Through the chair to Councillor Brown, that wouldn't be typically common. What it ends up occurring is you have spikes and dips throughout capital requirements as you go from a year-to-year basis. I can identify, and from the information that they've provided, and legislative requirements, I think asset management planning is becoming more prevalent in Sterling as well. So I would suspect to see that they'll be budgeting more consistently for capital and increasing their capital contributions to make sure that they can meet their infrastructure needs in the future.
And it is my understanding that what's appearing as an operating expense this year was in fact a capital outlay from previous year. So that's an observation. As my second question is, do we have a sense of actually how many Belleville residents use this facility?
You don't want to know?
Yeah, I do.
So,
You're sitting down, right?
Not a lot. I don't have the figures if staff have them. So part of the agreement is that they're to report on the users. Their system, quite frankly, is antiquated in that they have to go through registrations to determine the users. And then as this budget was unfolding too, the question was asked, well, who are these users? And the users are basically four groups. You have minor hockey, you have figure skating, you have an old timers league, and a Peter Puck league, which is another old timers league. Those are your user groups. However, the budget is based on an annual basis, and there are non-winter or non-ice surface users throughout the year. So I've asked the staff to start to track all users throughout the 12 months, because I have a feeling that our winter use as Belleville residents may be up, but the summer use may go down, and then that will factor in on what those associated charges would be as you spread to each municipality. So, but the numbers are, you know, for some of the hockeys, a couple hundred.
So just a final comment. I noted in the Intelligencer that Hastings County Council has opened the discussion in terms of potential amalgamation beyond what exists today, and the recognition that their infrastructure costs and their operating costs are reaching the level of not being sustainable. And it was an interesting observation that within Center Hastings, there are 4 arenas. 4. They themselves question why we're trying to support 4 arenas. So I think it's an important consideration when we look at this Sterling Arena. Is there an opportunity for us to meet our contractual obligations from back in 1998, but do so in a way that's more economical by working with the other Center Hastings arenas? So I'll just put that out there as a thought.
We're going to take Sterling and Marmor for their mineral rights. Okay, so that's everybody here. Okay. Yep, so in the same section, okay, yep.
Yeah, so I don't want to belabor the Sterling Arena, because it's, you know, in the grand scheme of things, it's small monies. But the other issue too, and the director referred to it, Mayor Ellis, is the fact that they were just getting into the asset management. So just before the budget, the committee was presented with the asset management plan, but it was literally up on the screen during the meeting. There was no advance sharing, and very raw data. And so obviously we've asked for that to be cleaned up, sharpened up, and to present the plan in a way that we can then look at budgeting appropriately, because the other side of it is the capital side scares me in terms of what the replacement cycle will be, and we'll be on a hook for some of that. And to Councillor Brown's point about the amalgamations being spoken to the north, you know, if that does actually grow legs and become something, that would probably be the crack in the door that we have to say, okay, if your group are getting together and doing your thing, it's been nice knowing you, but we're going to take our hockey puck and go home. So anyway, so that's the Sterling Arena. On the D22, the Bay of Quinte Regional Marketing Board, and I know we have an agreement with them, and that's why Mr. Stevenson's not here doing a very active presentation and sales pitching, because we've contracted that as a set amount every year. I would like to see for future years and in the interim, if economic development could obtain that, we'd like to see the results. So again, the annual results, they're getting money, taxpayer money from the city. They don't have to come and ask for it every year, which is what they were looking for, and some stable funding. But I think it's important that those organizations that do have those agreements in place, that they annually present their plan, how they're going to spend their money, and what have they done with the money the year previous.
I'll get them in for a deputation then?
No, just in writing's fine.
Oh, okay. D28 right to D217. I'll just give you a second or so to look at those ones. Okay, seeing none, we'll move to D3 1 to 8. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I talked to the Director Ferguson. The items 2 through to 6, I know we set a 5%. Has he had any preliminary talks with the county on whether that's a realistic 5%. I know it's speculation, but.
Director Ferguson?
Through the chair to Councillor Thompson, we are in contact frequently with Hastings County to discuss their budgets. I know that they're working diligently through them. It would be too speculative for me to tell at this point in time. I can tell you they are aware of the guideline of 5% and working very diligently on their budgets at the moment.
Okay, thank you. And the next question then is the health unit. I talked to Councillor Kelly on this one. I'm a little disappointed. When I sat on the health board, when we were just one unit, and the government was promising in amalgamation that there would definitely be no increase in budget. There might even be a decrease. Guess what? There's now an increase, and we have to absorb that. I'm really disappointed in the Ontario government because part of the reason the amalgamation was to take place was to save money and to make it more efficient. Guess what? We got the opposite in this situation. I'm disappointed in it. There's not much we can do about it, unfortunately, except maybe to not approve it. And at this point, I'm going to make a motion not to approve the health budget.
So moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Carr. Discussion. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. We did have a presentation by the group talking about the mergers, and Councillor Thompson hit it on the head. They talked about efficiencies. I know the province dangled out some money there to help with the transition, and I think any organization that's starved for provincial money is going to jump at the opportunity, and why wouldn't you? But the fact of the matter is that I understand some of it's operational, but now that you're merging all the staff and there was talk about agility and being able to respond to different health concerns across this larger swath of territory, that there would be efficiencies, and Councillor Thompson's correct, there isn't, and we're being hit with an increase. Now, I went through their materials. It was quite clear that they wanted to do more hiring than they could budget for, and so they've scaled that back. But nonetheless, you've got this larger group now that's supposed to be delivering efficiently, and here we are. So, and in fairness, Mayor, I don't blame Councillor Kelly.
Keep looking at him, though.
Well, I'm looking at him as the representative, and I wanted to say it out loud so he wasn't thinking I was giving him the snake eye. But the reality is that it was the presentation that came before. Councillor Kelly wasn't even chair at the time, and so it was sold to us as efficiencies, and it's just not there.
Councillor Brown, or Councillor Brown?
Not related to this one, but related to the section.
Okay, let's finish this one off. Okay, are you chair?
No. Oh, sorry.
You're not chair. Say it enough and it'll come true. Councillor Kelly?
Through you, Mayor. Yes, I just want to correct Councillor Carr. I'm not the chair, never have been. But with the new amalgamation, the province rolled out from 2025, 26, 27 into 28 that they would continue to fund the new merge. That's the Southeast Health Unit, which includes Hastings, Prince Edward, the old one, Kingston, Lennox, Addington, and the Thousand Islands area. So the province has come through. It's a 1% increase, $69,000. And I checked with Mr. Ferguson about this increase, and we weren't expecting this, but this is what it's been. It's a little better actually than what it has been under the old Councillor Thompson days with the Hastings Prince Edward Public Health. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, next one, Councillor Pross.
I think it's unfortunately the province downloading costs again, to municipalities. So I just wanted to say I'm definitely not supporting this on any level. It's very disappointing.
Anybody else on this? Councillor Millette.
Simply ask for a recorded vote. I'm not supporting this either. We've got to send a message.
Okay, call the vote. Or, call the vote.
Councillor Sue,
No.
Councillor Thompson,
No.
Councillor Brown,
No.
Councillor Carr,
No.
Councillor Chatton,
No.
Councillor Enright Miller,
No.
Councillor Kelly,
Yes.
Councillor Millet,
No.
Mayor Craig, sorry,
I beg your pardon, I changed my name? I'll leave Kelly on an island.
the motion to not support the increase is carried.
So if I may, items D3 2 through 6, which is Hastings County. A question first for the Director of Finance. We know that 5 is what we've communicated to them very loudly and in many ways. In the event that it comes back at 1 or 2% higher, what would the tax impact be notionally?
Through the chair to Councillor Brown, a 1% variance, like so if it was 6% that portfolio came back, would be about a 0.12% tax increase on the city residents.
Okay. And then assuming, because we're going to pass our budget hopefully today or tomorrow, that we'll wind up with a shortfall if we budget at 5, where will that funding come from? What reserve fund?
Do you want me to say it?
Through the.
Can we all sing it together?
We'll say it at the same time. The tax stabilization
Stabilization
fund.
So in understanding that, and that's what I expected to hear, I would like to make a motion, please. When the budgets are approved by Hastings County Council, and that's expected sometime in March, I'd like to propose that they come and give a deputation to City Council with that detailed budget, just for presentation and review. I appreciate we can't change it, but I think it would be very helpful with we as the council understood it in more detail and in its entirety. And by asking Hastings Council to come here and offer that motion, it would allow us to ask the questions I think we all have but don't necessarily understand well. So my motion would be to have Hastings County come back to council and review the detailed budget with us.
Okay, do we need that in the motion? I'll just send an invitation. Yeah, invitation's fine.
Just an
Yep.
invitation?
Now, did you want, just the CAO would be fine, or each individual department?
No,
president?
I think from the CAO is fine. Connor is very articulate when it comes to being able to know the details, so.
Perfect. They used to come in the old days, right, before when the budgets were done, so. Okay, any on this, Councillor?
Sorry, I know that we were focusing in mostly on, I think it's D32 to D36, but I'd also like to see the provincial offenses materials come. I know that just in terms of some discussion there, because I know there's some intersection, if you will, as related to ASE and things of that nature, and I think there might be some questions that should be posed in this forum here.
It will address it to all the items and except the health unit and the impact fees. Okay. Any more on that column? If not, we'll move to D41 to D47. Okay, D48 to D412. Okay, D51 to D57. Councillor Millet.
Just a clarification, and then I may have missed it in the budget package, Your Worship. D5 -6 website upgrade, 75,300. I believe it's CAO, or whomever can answer.
Yep, I'll send
Just
that
a little
to,
explanatory on that one.
to the CAO.
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Millette. This is simply costs related to changing over from a current vendor who has terminated their service to a new vendor.
Okay, and my next question then, if I could, are we going to see any enhancement of the website? I've heard some suggestions that it's not the most user-friendly.
Through the chair, certainly I can pass that along. I think the challenge, and I'll be frank, the budget exercise was one where it became abundantly clear. With accessibility requirements, a lot of what would be visually appealing is no longer allowed on websites. It has, for accessibility purposes, it is very much plain things of this nature rather than very flashy, visually appealing graphics. So as we mature, I'm sure the industry will get back to visually appealing that is still accessible, but we are in a transition period where it's challenging to meet accessibility standards and make things what people sometimes think is visually appealing.
Okay, I'm not quite clear on that, but I know one thing, and that's not to dip my toe into that pond at all, so I'll leave that one where it is. Thank you.
It is Shark Week. Councillor Carr.
Thank you. Just following up on the website, and I understand that, yes, it's nice to be able to go to the document, but you request it and it'll come to you, which is fine. Is the money included in there in terms of some of the upgrades? Will that address the search engine functionability of the website? Because nothing's worse than going to look for a particular item and 4,000 other items that aren't related to your inquiry are popping up. So that will address that. Sorry, what did
I
you
thought that only happened to me.
So that'll be addressed. Okay, thank you.
Through the mayor to council, the company that used to provide the web services was acquired by another company so that they could put the prices up significantly because there was no alternative. So that's effectively what happened. But the search engine was also part of that acquisition. And so I was just saying that the engine will be approved, et cetera, because there's just the entire municipal space has been affected by this acquisition, and there's a lot of unhappy people. But the alternative to have the website recreated was even more expensive. So it's just this planned obsolescence and this general way of creating revenue, and that's where we are.
Thank you. Okay, so we were at so D7, so we'll move on then to D6-1, right down to D6-13, I guess. We'll pause for a minute. Councillor Carr?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. D6-10, Family Physician Appreciation Fund. I'm just going to pull up the report that was there earlier. And I appreciate the fact that the physicians that have been in our community for some time came and presented a deputation to council. Certainly, I think it was valuable for council to hear from doctors, primary care directly in terms of painting that picture. Certainly, we get anecdotal evidence of that or stories about it, but hearing directly from the physicians in terms of the realities they're facing. I do have concern with this program, and I know it's pulling out a casino reserve, but you know, and it was mentioned earlier, if the province remains silent on things, it's just a matter of time before the municipality feels the pressure to respond. And we've done that time and time again, and here we are. So we have a active and very successful recruitment program, and that's certainly kudos to the manager for delivering well above expectations there. And it's serving our community well. But again, last year we allocated $1.6 million of municipal funds out to recruit doctors. And now we're looking at how do we provide them with a one-time appreciation fund to help support their business at the end of the day. Family physicians operate as corporations or private business. And so we're going to start getting into the realm of funding private business, taking out the medical aspect. Is that a game we want to get into? Will that open up doors to other private businesses that say, hey, you're funding this particular sector, we would like some funding to help with overhead costs. So there's that slippery slope. I know that healthcare is certainly front and center, and quite honestly, and I'll say these comments cautiously, because we're in a provincial election, certainly there's a lot of promises out there in terms of repairing the healthcare system. We've heard those before. And then in particular, even before the election, the government of the day was appointed Dr. Jane Philpott, and they talked about complete rehauling of the family physician structure, and a lot of it's going to health teams, which makes sense, is that if you have that burden and you can share it. The other thing with the family health teams too is the province pays for the overhead, and then the frontline staff get paid a salary. So some of that salary versus the per patient charge is some of the things that the Ontario Medical Association, which for layman's terms is basically the physicians union, aren't too keen on the salary aspect, and they would like the per capita charge and the OHIP charge as you come, so you get the per capita for the patient, and then when you show up, they get a charge, and that's why you'll find with family physicians, it's 1 or 2 items, and if you come anymore, you got to circle back out the door, swipe your card, come back in for that charge. And I don't for a minute downplay the costs that are associated. We see overhead costs here certainly exponentially. But it comes down to, are we skating into really and truly 100% provincial territory? And if they're looking at changing the model, the Ministry of Health and the Ontario Medical Association have been in negotiations for contract. They went to arbitration, and the arbitrator awarded a 1-year contract of I think 10 or 11%, but they're still under negotiation. So the other side of it, in addition to us as a municipality dabbling into funding private business and funding healthcare to this degree, is whether or not we're also getting into active negotiations between the OMHA and the Ministry of Health and the province. And that's another factor that do we want to open the door to. I know that everybody's trying to be creative across the province. I think one of the municipalities in the GTA, or I think Orillia or somebody's looking at actually hiring doctors to be municipal staff, and they'll get a salary, they would get benefits and the pension through that system. You know, talk about giving the province a break. And it's funny when you hear at the provincial level, it's, you know, we're saving the taxpayers' money, we're saving the taxpayers' money. Well, yeah, if you don't spend it, and but then this taxpayer is going to have to pick up the slack, if you will. So I appreciate the concept and I understand the need, but I don't see how that becomes our issue. And if it becomes our issue, I just worry about whether or not we're going to be able to detach ourselves. So I'd like a recorded vote on this issue as well, please.
Thank you. All good points. I concur with my colleague about the quote-unquote slippery slope, and yet again, it's another example of the province being delinquent with its responsibilities and not properly funding physicians for their services, and now we're looked at with the now we're faced with the situation where we will have physicians who will no longer can afford to keep offices open. We heard last year a very impassioned plea at our podium by a number of healthcare professionals who have staked their future in this community, and I took them at face value, and I believe them because I know some of them personally, that they very much want to remain in this community, but it's becoming untenable to do so under the current agreement with the province. Is it a situation where the province, we could be used as cannon fodder for an ad campaign for the CMHA and their negotiations with the province? Possibly. I had a discussion with our provincial representative after that meeting, and Mr. Smith is no longer with us, and I'm not saying anything out of school, but he basically tried to summarize that entire plea as, come on, this is a bargaining ploy of theirs in the middle of negotiations. It's a union versus management argument. I don't believe that. I know the hours, and it's becoming more and more for physicians doing operating family practice and the overhead that they have. Are we going to have a tag day anytime soon for doctors? No, I'm not suggesting that. But I do believe that we do. We have to. The sad reality is that when the province isn't stepping up to the plate, we have to do what we can within reason to help them remain in our community. So I'm gonna vote in favor of this. I don't like to do it. It's one of these situations where I'm almost holding my nose to do it. I don't like, again, bailing out the province for what they should be doing, but it's something that we just have to face. I don't like the alternative, as I said with the police budget. I don't like the alternative if we don't support this.
Councillor Brown?
To both my colleagues, ditto. My concern is, and I want to just reiterate something Councillor Carr said, I appreciate that we have a healthcare crisis going on here. One only has to listen to the leaders of the Ontario parties, and what's the first thing they talk about is healthcare. But that said, not too distant future, we're going to have a problem with manufacturing and skilled trades. And the programs that we know are being cut locally, the apprenticeship programs. And so who next is going to come to us and say, I need help? The manufacturing sector, the commercial sector, the retail sector has been struggling for years, and they've not come and asked for help. So as much as I appreciate, and I really do appreciate the work that Manager Post has been doing, and the fact that we are investing significant dollars to recruit, to me it's just another step too far to now say we're going to start funding on the operating expense side as well. So for that reason, unfortunately, I'm not going to support the motion as it's presented.
Councillor Thompson, then Councillor Kelly.
Yeah, and I agree with all the talk here. This is a one-year project.
Correct.
So how do we evaluate that it's been a success? Have we got any criteria to say, yeah, that worked?
Manager Post of Physician Recruitment, please come to the podium. How you doing, Karen?
Fantastic,
Okay.
thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Thompson. So I fully expect at the end of this year to evaluate how many physicians took part in the program. We will talk with those physicians to see if it was in fact helpful and assistive to them. Part of the program will be incenting physicians to take on additional patients, and I think that will be the most important metric that we will get out of the program, is how many residents actually got a family physician as a result of the program.
So the intent is to, with this funding, is to persuade doctors to take on extra patients.
That is only part of the program. So I think what the report says is that priority will be given to physicians who would like the funding to assist with the cost of taking on new patients. But there would also be funding available if a physician was interested in, let's say, purchasing new equipment, bringing on new staff, paying for training. There were a number of items in the report that they could also apply for funding for.
So do we have a dollar that we're budgeting for each program, like you say, one for taking on new patients, another maybe for buying equipment? Do we have a budget for each one of those, or it's, when it's gone, it's gone?
So yes, there are sort of upset limits for funding. So if a physician is looking to take on 100 new patients, they could get up to $10,000. That's what's proposed. For all other items, like new equipment or whatever, the cap for that funding is at $5,000
But
per physician.
I think for me, I like the project to a certain degree, but to me, I like the idea that we're encouraging doctors to take on more patients, and I can sympathize with them buying equipment. Equipment's not cheap, but what we're trying to do basically is to get doctors to have people in the community have a doctor. So I caution how much we give out for equipment. Down here it's just to budget it, but I'd certainly like for you to look at avenues of making sure the majority goes to take on new patients.
Anybody else? Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, I'm going to be supporting this. As the report says, 45 doctors in the city. You alluded to Director Post that 10,000 if they take on an additional 100 patients, 5,000 for new equipment. We know that what the challenges are in the city of Belleville. There's about close to 15,000 without primary care provider. That's a nurse practitioner or a family doctor. And just recently we confirmed a specialist for the city. So that's a success in itself. I can't turn my back on those without a primary care provider. This conversation isn't new. It's been going on in 6 years that I've been on council, and we have to do a stronger job sending that message to the provincial government. We know that healthcare is in crisis, as Councillor Brown alluded to. We all know that. We hear it. I hear it all the time. So I can't turn my back on 15,000 people in Belleville. I'm going to continue to support the recruitment campaign. It's been very successful under your leadership, and we just got to keep trucking and lobbying the government to hopefully there will be change.
Okay, Manager Post, do you have the results? I know I spoke to Mayor Ferguson, or we were at his levy, Councillor Thompson and I, and he mentioned about a similar program that he did and talked about, I think, over half their doctors have picked up on it. Do you know any of that information? Or?
Yes, Your Worship.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so Prince Edward County offered a program where if an existing physician in Prince Edward County was interested in taking on at least 250 patients, they would receive a $25,000 stipend for taking on those patients. I believe they've had at least four physicians take up that challenge, and they have taken 1,000 people off of their Healthcare Connect wait list. It's been successful in Prince Edward County. Quinte West has a similar program, but it has not experienced the same level of uptake. I've been talking with a lot of our physicians about that program and asking for some feedback. Some think it would be a great idea. Some are concerned because they already have very large patient loads. So some physicians have over 2,000 patients. They simply can't take on anymore. And they feel maybe a little bit like if there wasn't an option for them to get some funding to help out with their office, that only being able to access funding by taking on more patients, it's a challenge for them because they already have big patient loads, whereas another physician who maybe doesn't have as many patients could easily take on more. So there's it benefits some but not all, and that's why we've kind of put two aspects of funding into the proposed program, so that even if you've got a lot of patients, you could still apply for some funding to support the office.
And I guess, as we're well aware, we have more doctors probably than more money if they pick up on all of it, so it would be first come, first serve type thing?
Yeah.
Okay, and I think that's about it. Oh, we had dinner with a doctor the other night, Wednesday night, that might be coming, and we got lunch tomorrow with one, Karen, so
Yes, we have another physician in on Monday and Tuesday of next week as well, so.
I'm going to be gaining weight hanging around with you.
Me too, me too.
Councilor Enright Miller?
Thank you, Your Worship, and just to Manager Post, thank you for the initiative. I think we saddled you with digging into your toolbox to come up with some out-of-the-box thinking, and this is, I hate to see the money being spent. However, an incentive like this, let's try it for a year and see what we get. You know, it may be a little small answer to a little bit of prayer. So thank you. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Councilor Carr has a question?
Yeah, thank you. Through you to Ms. Post, just in terms of one of your responses, you mentioned some physicians in Prince Edward County that took on extra patients and got the incentive. Do you know whether those physicians were attached to a family health team?
Yes, they were.
Okay,
Yes.
so, and under the family health team model, they'll take on that, so they get the per capita and or however it's called. And then in addition to that, they can then offload those patients within that family health care team to a nurse practitioner or something like that. So the team can help soften the load of the additional patients.
Through the chair to Councillor Carr, I think there are some pretty solid restrictions around how they can do that, so it's not like they can just take them on and then never see them. But I think as a family health team, they do have more options for the patient in terms of who they see.
Okay, and then the next question is, does Belleville have any family health teams where unattached patients can go and get primary medical care? I know in Prince Edward County, the family health team there has unattached patient clinics. So if you're within the county and have a county address and do not have a primary physician, you can show up at a unattached clinic or call to make an appointment and to get that primary care. Do we have any of that type of concept here in the city of Belleville?
Through the chair to Councillor Carr, I'm not aware of any of those clinics.
Okay, thank you.
We're recorded on this one? Okay. All in favor, mover and seconder was, did we get them or no? No. Moved by Councillor Chatton, seconded by Councillor Millett? Okay.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
Councillor Brown?
No.
Councillor Carr?
No.
Councillor Chatton?
Yes.
Councillor Enright Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Kelly?
Yes.
Councillor Millett?
Yes.
Councillor Sue?
Yes.
Mayor Ellis?
Yes.
Carried by 7, Your Worship.
D71, D72. Councillor Brown?
Thank you, Your Worship. Lots of Post-it notes in my plan book this go-round. I want to speak specifically to the bridge funding strategy. I'm quite appreciative of this coming forward in a way that isn't a taxpayer levy, despite the fact that it's taxpayers who are going to pay it. Not all taxpayers, but those evil speeder taxpayers, for sure. I do have a question, though, and a concern, is that, to my knowledge, we have not previously spent money we don't have. So, for instance, the Casino Reserve Fund, we know where we would project we would like to spend it, but we don't actually commit that money until it's in the bank. And we seem to be doing so with automated speed enforcement for 2025, even though we really don't have a good sense, despite, thank you for the update in today's presentation. We don't have a good update on terms of what the delay factors will look like out of the Provincial Offences Court. We don't know how long it's going to take, excuse me, for early resolution or getting a court date. We don't know for those ones that get a court date that's 2 years out, whether or not those tickets might suddenly start being refused because it's taken too long to actually be adjudicated by the courts. There's a lot of what ifs. So my question comes back. If the money that we're projecting for automated speed enforcement that's needed to offset the tax levy for the bridge does not materialize, where do we go? Should we all say it together?
No, I think we talked about that in council the other night, didn't we?
Through the chair to Councillor Brown. So we would continue to rely on the automated speed enforcement. The payback period obviously would be extended, so we would ensure that until the $1.26 million has been paid back into the tax rate stabilization reserve fund from the automated speed enforcement tickets that is not used for any other purpose. So it would extend if the projection is light. We would be needing to use 2026. You know, our best practice, it's not always the case. We have a number of funding sources where we have committed some of the projected funding. But in, as you mentioned, some of the cases, we usually accrue it and then spend it. But in this case, if the revenue is not as robust in 2025, we will be using 2026 as revenue.
And my only concern, because I know it's a sensitive subject, is in the absence of some hard data to date and some information that we need from provincial offenses, I'm just concerned that 26 could become 27, could become 28, because if you look at the expected outcome, the desired outcome from automated speed enforcement is to get people to slow down and ultimately make automated speed enforcement unnecessary. That's a pipe dream. I get that it will be ever completely unnecessary, but I project that based on what we're seeing and the behaviors that are being changed, that this will diminish considerably over time. And hence my concern about we're committing money this time for the bridge to offset a levy, and I'm okay with that, but that we just don't know the time frame that we'll be able to do that, and we're just committing beyond our term. If we go into 26 and potentially 27, then we're committing future councils.
I guess how much money do we have now that they've sent us?
Through the chair, we're projected at about $440,000. We still have to do the year-end calculations, but it'll be somewhere in the range of 400 to 450 is what we're.
So that would be on last year's, basically.
For 2024, so that will be transferred in 2024 into reserve, ready for use for the 2025 expenditure.
Okay.
And then 938,000 is projected.
Just get more cameras, eh? Yeah. Do you have any more questions on that? Anybody else? Councillor Carr?
Yes, thank you. When we started with automated speed enforcement and we set the policy, and the original intent was that any revenue beyond expenses would go into a reserve account dedicated to traffic safety. That can take on many initiatives, from engineering and design of roads to other variables and whatnot. So it was to be dedicated for that. It wasn't, the intent wasn't for it just to be general funds that we could just grab onto. And I see that the proposal here has changed now in the budget. And the reason why it's there is that last year there was, this is to offset last year's decision for a tax increase this year, the additional levy. And I can understand trying to want to drop that number for sure. But I guess the issue goes back, and I won't belabor it, but it goes to the point that I mentioned recently in a council meeting is why are we carrying all the water when it comes to the capital upgrades to this facility? We've already allocated at $1.4 million for the purchase of the building, and we've also allocated $1.2 million for the original renovations. And now we're looking at another allocation of 2.6. And yes, while it's not tax impact, the fact that it is, you have the revenue that's being generated there, but we again, as it was mentioned, we don't know what we're going to end up with, but the number keeps going up and up. And like I said in the resolution here is that previously is that we should be asking the other municipalities to contribute to the regional initiative. The other side of it is John Howard Society has a contract with the Ontario government for operating, so that's covered. But again, we just keep adding to it, and while it's not taxpayer money in the sense that it's not tax dollars, it is taxpayer money. And you know, quite honestly, you could easily say, based on the police budget and what's being presented and what could be presented next year, and the intent behind the tax rate stabilization fund when the reserve account was created, and I wasn't here when it was created, but I've heard from successive directors of finance who've said basically it's the ability to pull to soften the tax impact. And yes, while I see that's happening here, we've got a lot of pressures where we could really draw on that, and we're drawing on it all the time, and I think we're up to 7 or 8 million. We're going to draw down on it now. I just say is that at what point do we, as representative of the taxpayer, say, okay, we've done our share, we've done some heavy lifting, it's now up to other municipalities to join in. You know, we sat here and kind of wrung our hands around the fact that we're paying for ice and Zamboni and all the rest of it up in Sterling for very minuscule amounts, but we're talking multi-million-dollar capital investment here for a regional initiative, and yet the city of Belleville is carrying it all. And so I understand the importance of wanting the tax relief, but I don't support us contributing any more. I don't support this, and I request a recorded vote as well, please.
Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, and I understand that we need, and this discussion was a little bit at county meeting the other day. I believe other municipalities should be supporting the capital of this project, but the way, and I'm not sure that the motion was presented at Hastings County the way Councillor Carr wanted it, but I believe that we should be soliciting each municipality in getting some funding for the capital, not through Hastings County, because Hastings County presented it that they would apply to the government for funding. We want the municipalities, and I think the municipalities should be, and we should have a letter going to them, asking them to fund the capital project and not through Hastings County. And that's why I didn't agree with the motion the other day at Hastings County, because in my estimation, it was asking Hastings County. They're already providing some funding through the operating, and now we're asking them to do the capital. Well, you can argue maybe they should, but I still believe there's other municipalities that are using this facility that should have been asked in the first place to supply funding for this project. We didn't. Now the estimates are getting higher and higher. They're all going to use it. So I'm going to support the motion, but I'm also trying to make sure that we get a letter out, and we talked about this before, to each municipality, that we're approaching each municipality separate for funding for the capital project. And I'm asking that it go out to all the municipalities around, because they're all going to use it. So I'll support this one, but I would like a letter specifically to go to each municipality. And I'm going to ask the clerk if that letter originally went to each municipality.
The original letter, based on the motion, was sent to the County of Hastings and Prince Edward County and identified that the member municipalities of that committee provide funding.
But again, that's presuming the county is going to have to push for it. I'm saying the city of Belleville took this project on. I want us to be approaching each municipality with a letter from ours, asking for their support.
Councillor Millett?
Thank you. And further, I'm going to speak to the motion, but further to Councillor Thompson's through you, Chair. We had a very fulsome discussion last Wednesday as Chair of the Community and Human Services Committee. I welcomed Councillor Thompson's discussion as well as Councillor Brown's at the table. We will, I believe, circle back at the committee because that was not properly, Councillor Carr's original motion kind of got lost, I think, in the translation. What we wound up with was the county passing it on to member municipalities, if they even did. So it's going to come back to answer that question, I believe, with a better vote that we're going to go more directly to the member municipalities. That said, I'm again, it's another case of the province being delinquent in their responsibilities, and we're left carrying the can. The alternative is that we have to, in this case, go with this funding because we've got to get this done sooner than later. We can't sit here and wait for possibly Quinte West, maybe Center Hastings. The municipality of Tweed certainly can't. They've got, just ask Mayor DeGenova. He'll tell you they can't afford anything. These people are on our streets. They are sleeping in our doorways. They are dying on in our church steps, and we had one in the last 2 weeks. They're assaulting our people in our shops and our donut shops, as we heard a few weeks back. This situation needs to be dealt with yesterday. This hand-wringing about whose responsibility, I agree. It's the province is shirking its responsibilities, but it's happening in our streets. We have the ability to make a difference, make it now. Is it good that we're having to use these funds? Are we blessed that we've got speed cameras that's going to bail our butts out of the fire right now? Yes and yes. But I mean, we have to support this right now. Do I like it? No. But we have to do it because, again, these people are on our streets, and that's the undisputed fact of the matter here. So I'm going to support it.
Councillor Chatton?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I'm going to echo exactly the same as what Councillor Millette just said. These are our people on our streets in our community, and I don't know if there is a hotter topic than this one that comes through to us on email, through phone, through... I was shopping in the grocery store, and I had people coming up and talking to me about the homelessness and addictions issues that we face in Belleville. When we all came together when we were first elected, one of the hottest topics that existed at that time was homelessness and what we were going to do to support making sure that we address it. So begrudgingly, I am going to support this motion, but I agree it is further evidence of the province shirking its responsibilities, downloading costs to municipalities that we cannot continue to carry. And in some cases, other municipalities are getting away with not having to pay because we're taking the lion's share of that responsibility and cost. So begrudgingly, I will support this because we've got to do something and we have to do it now. But it needs to be addressed with the province again and again and again until they listen. And other municipalities need to step up to the plate and help us because this is not a casket that we can carry on our own.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Good discussion today about Bridge Street. Agree wholeheartedly with a lot of the folks' comments. We're a compassionate community. It's the right thing to do. We've had this challenge for many years. It's the right thing to do. Extra revenue from the speed cameras. And we just heard from Treasurer Ferguson that we're looking okay for 2025. I was at that social services meeting last Wednesday, caught the tail end of that conversation with Councillor Thompson and Councillor Brown. And I think as a municipality here in Belleville, we have to do, maybe it's our responsibility to do a better job educating our neighbors on Bridge Street and the hub, which is 40 days away. I can tell you this, there was a couple last week said to me when the ask was that we have to do this together. well, then we should expect some money from the casino in Belleville. So that perception is out there from our neighbors, that this city's taking so much money from the casino and we're not sharing it, so why should they do the buy-in to the Heart Hub? So, we can educate our neighbors, and it's the right thing to do. Gotta move forward on this, regardless of this provincial government that has let us down for years.
So I just want to circle back to the conversation at Community and Human Services last week. The request came to the committee. I took some time to contact my colleagues into the other representatives who sit at the council decision and would make the decision, not the committee, but the council level. Before I made the decision, I also spoke with Connor and with Jamie Lynn Osmond, our director of Community and Human Services. The reason that I asked to have the motion tabled until April was the fact by April we will understand the allocations that have been made to Hastings County in provincial and federal funds. But equally so because there was some receptivity from many of them recognizing that Belleville should not be expected to handle this on their own, and that we are investing in other communities in other ways. The other part of the discussion was that our much smaller, if we just got to listen to some of the news, that the Tweeds and the Sterling Roddens and others are indicating that it's a capital dollar and they need money for infrastructure. And by us asking for support for the 4 or the 2 or whatever it is, we're asking for capital dollars, and they don't have them. And frankly, if they had them, they would be investing them in roads and bridges and other things, which is their priority. So the best way, and with counsel from Connor, is if we can find it through the homelessness prevention program, the federal funding, and not put it on the backs of the municipalities, we will have a much greater chance of success of getting some dollars. And my proposal was also to put that allocation out to 2026, recognizing that we will have to cover it in the short term, but to give them some time to go away and figure out how they could fund this in an allocation that's another year out. So I think it's really important for us to respect the fact that we didn't say no, and it wasn't because we didn't understand the motion. It is because based on the dialogue I was having with my colleagues and our representatives at the county, it was, we'll have a greater chance of getting some money if we work with the county on the homelessness prevention program versus going out and asking for capital dollars from communities that don't have it.
Okay, so back at this here. So can you pull the tax, what do I want, the tax impact statement? So say if we lose this motion, then what is going to happen to those tax tables? Say that the motion goes that we're not going to take this money. Can you tell me what the impact on that tax table would be?
The impact generally is going to be about 1% increase across the...
So what would that give from the lowest now would be what? 5 in urban?
The lowest tax increase right now is 4.25.
So that would go to 5.25?
Generally speaking, I can give you the exact numbers here in a second. Urban would be about 492.
492 in Belleville? Okay.
This is if
In urban Belleville.
added to the tax.
Yeah, so this motion loses, we're not going to use the money. We're just going to put it on taxes, so 1%.
492,
Okay?
512, 587, 626, 703.
I'm happy with that. Okay, I table the motion. When could we bring it back? What's that do to the budget?
Well, the biggest challenge, through the chair, the biggest challenge with tabling the budget, the impact is going to be on billing.
On what?
On billing schedule.
Yeah. Yep.
Your question, your worship, was
This
table
motion
the-
fails, or this
table
motion.
the whole budget or table
Table this-
this
yeah, this part.
particular
Yep.
portion? Which is it?
Table the whole budget. No, I'll table that proportion.
Okay, thank you.
What I'm looking at is if this loses, we have no revenue to put towards that 1%. So the 1% is gonna go directly on. So we'll go 4952, 587, 526, 703. We'll use that money towards traffic calming, was it traffic? Yeah. Did we spend the money last year in the budget on that?
We didn't.
So there's money still there. Okay.
POA money.
I don't know if I can vote for a tax increase, but call the vote. Pardon me?
It's to support the 1 million plus, right?
Yeah, but we have people that aren't supporting it. So if 5 of you don't support it, the motion loses. So if I haven't got the support, I should table it to make sure. Call the vote.
Do I have a mover and seconder, your worship? I know Councillor. Thank you.
Lisa Ann seconded it.
Councillor Brown?
Yes.
Councillor Carr?
No.
Councillor Chatton?
Yes.
Councillor Enright Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Kelly?
Yes.
Councillor Millet?
Yes.
Councillor Sue?
Yes.
Councillor Thompson? Yes. Mayor Ellis?
Yes.
Carried by 8, your worship.
And I just wanted to make comment on, there might be some positive money coming from upper governments on this. We did discuss it. And if that comes true, then we might not need all this money and some will come back then. So we're hoping to have that announcement in the next week. Okay, moving from there is so we got to move them as we had that motion already as amended. Yep.
Yeah.
So have you got the mover and seconder on that already?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. So we're voting on the motion proposed operating issues D1 to D7 to be approved as amended. All in favor? All in favor? Recorded vote. Are we going to vote on this? All in favor? I don't have enough hands. See your hands, please. Covered. Thank you. Moving from there is 8A13. We can move these all together and come back if you want to talk to them. 813, 814, 815, 816, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Moved by Councillor Chatton, seconded by Councillor Thompson. And we'll take a minute and see what anybody wants to pull any of them. Councillor Cart?
Yeah, thank you. 8A13, which is the 2025 proposed budget detail tax supported, if I got that right. Yes. Just drilling in on fire budget, if I could through you to the fire chief. Oh, I had it. Okay. So clearly, obviously, there's components in here that are related to the fire master plan and some hiring. Staffing base budget increase for full-time is 2.3 million over last year's, and the volunteer staffing has a base adjustment of $2,600. And just to add some context to the question, during the fire master plan exercise, it was identified that recruitment for volunteers and full volunteer capacity was an issue, and at least from my perspective as I read the plan and certainly heard the commentary, that because we were having issues with recruitment of volunteers, there was issues of response times, and that factored into the rationale as to why there needed to be some changes to the boundaries.
Okay, I got it.
And so I guess my question through you, Mayor, to the chief is, with only $2,600 in additional staffing for volunteers, how are recruitment efforts going? And do you foresee, through the mayor to the chief, do you see adding to our complement over the course of this fiscal year in the volunteer area?
Chief?
Through the chair to Councillor Carr. Recruitment is going well, so we have offers out right now and a start date coming up in March for 12 new volunteers. So we're bringing on 12 people. When you look at the dollar value, one reminder for council is that our volunteers are on a point system. So when we'd add additional people, that cashment of dollars doesn't change. They work within it for the staff that we have. So there's points that are assigned to incident response, points assigned to training. So that's how that piece works. But as far as the recruitment goes, we posted, we had over 70 applicants, which is the most we've ever had. We did an info night where we brought them in, put on a presentation by our volunteers what the job's all about, what to expect, level of commitment. For those that were still interested, we put them through some physical agility testing, and we are now at the point where we have about 12, should they all come back with the clean bill of health through driver's abstract and criminal background.
And if I could through you, Mayor, and so the 12 that you look to join, is that your goal for this fiscal year, or you hope to recruit any more over the course of 2025?
So we're going to see how it goes first. So we already have their station assignments determined. So they're spread out across the 3 volunteer stations. And it's going to be capacity as well for our volunteer training officers, how much they can commit to doing recruit training. We also have commitments for provincial certification. So if we do hire any more, it won't be probably until later in the year when we can get through some of that initial recruit training.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, do you have your hand? No.
No, I want to go to number 17 on
Okay.
that.
17 it is, then Councillor Thompson.
If I could have our Director of Finance give me the dollar amount, and I'm make sure I'm getting it at the right spot, the dollar increase for wastewater and water, and for each taxpayer.
Through the chair to Councillor Thompson, I believe the tax impact, sorry, just pull it up. I might have to circle back. I'll pull it up. You're looking for the average increase on water and wastewater?
Yes, please.
For each.
Yes, please, if I can.
Yep. Sorry, that was passed in our December meeting. I'll just pull it up.
17, 18.
Be 17 and 20.
17, 20?
Yep.
It's for water and wastewater cumulatively are billed together, and it's a 5.38% increase combined
So
for $7.47 per month would be the impact. And thank you to the Deputy Treasurer who sent me that.
$7.49 per taxpayer?
Monthly bill?
Per monthly
per
bill?
residential consumption at we average at 18 cubic meters.
That means you can flush once a day.
But we also got our tax increase on top of that.
That's correct.
And can you go over to the average tax increase for urban people? What would the average increase be for the urban taxpayer?
So we'll pull that up. It's $196 for the year for the Belleville Urban, and that would be $16.41 per month.
So we're asking the average person to pay another $24 per month for items that we need to supply to the community. And again, I tell you, and I say it every year, and Perry should be here to hear me, there's only one taxpayer. Yeah. But I'm really concerned of the person that's on no company pension old age and Canada pension, $25 a month makes a big difference. So I just want to get that out to the public, that as councillors and mayor, we are concerned. These are increases that we need to sustain our city, but we got to make sure that we work the best we can. $25, that's $250 a year. And for somebody that's collecting Canada pension and old age minimum, that's probably over 10% of their salary.
We do have, I know Councillor Carr's advocated that the fund on certain rebate and taxes to seniors, or for, yeah. What does that, how's that work? Did you want to have that one out?
Yeah, through the chair. A very good comment. We do have one of the largest and most robust seniors rebate programs.
I wonder why that is.
You also approved that within this budget for another $100 on to subsidize taxes for that group to put it in. It's a well-used program, but it is aimed at those fixed income senior people that are able to help with offset.
So has any municipality ever looked at a subsidy for these rates, for sewer and water rates for the year, besides the tax increase? Has any municipality ever looked at that? I've had a couple of people ask me, is there any subsidy for sewer and water? And I said, well, best place to ask is here.
Do you want to check and get back to us on that, or do you know?
Would you?
I know. Through the chair to Councillor Thompson, the rebate program is really focused on the property taxation. We don't have a similar style of fixed income rebates.
No, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I'm asking, do you know of any municipality that subsidizes sewer and water rates?
We can get back to you on that. There are some programs.
Get back to us on that. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, I just wanted to say thanks to Councillor Thompson. He's bang on. It's $250 a year, fixed income. Want to be affordable, our community, and it grows every year. And I did speak to a senior last week about the seniors rebate for those that are in fixed income. I spoke to Mr. Ferguson about that. It's up to $1,100 this year. They have to go online. It'll be up there in about a week or two. They can apply. And that is another form that the city of Belleville is offering relief through these tough times. But I can really appreciate your message today about the $25 a month. Thank you.
Okay, let's get this back on track. Any more comments on to 8A21, or anything? Go on, Paul. We're on the home stretch. New business. Yes, Councillor Maletti?
Thank you. It's a hard name to remember, I know. I may have missed it under, and I tried to find it on the line, I've got it on the line item, and it's Recreation, Culture, and Community Services, other programs. Crossing guard program, school crossing guard. Staffing, I see we've got a minimal increase to $527,300. Through you, your worship, and I guess it's to Ms. Newton can answer this one. I believe this is now your...
No, it's in, ask the question, I'll send it.
Well, okay, is there
You don't pick who
any-
you send it to.
Okay, yeah, has there been any increase in wages or the rate for crossing guards? It's an issue that came up last year.
I will send that to our Director of HR.
Sure.
Through the chair to Councilor Litt, there has been an increase.
Oh.
The specific details, Director Reed is responsible for the guards, so he could give you.
You're passing it off. I wanted to get you to talk. I don't want Joe to talk. Okay. Councillor Reed, or no, Joe, oh, whatever, your Director Reed. I was gonna try to go to a whole meeting while listening to you. I almost made it.
You tried.
I tried, okay.
Through the chair of Councilor Millett, yes, there was an increase. We went through the job evaluation process, and we did give them a bump. We also looked at some of the other benefits around being paid for PA days and other associated benefits. And, you know, as you appreciate, the crossing guards in our community are the lifeblood of our schools, and we wanted to make sure they're getting compensated a bit better, so.
Yeah, and I just wanted to underscore that. They're out in all this weather, and they work hard. They're probably one of the most underappreciated services in the city, so thanks for that.
We're just wondering if you're going to apply.
You cost me $20. I bet I could go whole meeting without anybody asking Joe Reed a question. Okay, Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. Just 8A21, the departmental operating plans. There's a lot of good information in there, and so certainly something that I'll be pointing residents to, but I just want to take a moment through you, Mayor, to just thank staff and the directors of each department that compiled this. I know it's a lot of work, but it tells the story. Between this and the performance measurements, it's a full circle of where does my money go and what are you doing with it, and being able to point to documents such as this certainly goes a long way to fill in that void of not knowing. And so again, just thank you to directors and all their staff, their departments. This is fantastic to see.
Okay, we're going to wrap this up. I just want to say, staff, tremendous job on the budget. I know we sat through many meetings after many meetings, and you cursed and you swear and you come back with some good numbers. And you can see today council loved the budget. Well, liked the budget, I guess. Maybe love's too strong. But it's all your great work that got us here, and thank you very much. And with that, I guess I'll pass the confirmatory. Oh, call the vote on moving the rest of them. All in favor? Carried. And we need rise and report. Moved by Councillor Chatton, second by Councillor Miller. All in favor? That means I go sit up there, but I'm going to sit here. We need a confirmatory bylaw, the bylaw 2025-09, a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council at its meeting held on February 2025, be read a first, second, and third time, and finally passes 21st day of February 2025. Moved by Councillor Chatton, seconded by Councillor Wright Miller. All in favor? Carried. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Thompson, Councillor Millette. All in favor? Carried. Thanks, everybody. And we're still